And here. Bless you. All right, I think it worked. Yay, popped up. Awesome. Oh, that was painful. Painful, painful, painful. All right, but who's here? Who is here? It's showing I'm here. And Kyle. Welcome, Kyle. Good afternoon, Chief. Kyle, where are you at? You out on the West Coast? West Coast. Whew. Haircut. All right. Not sure. It's showing me I have 1 on my laptop, and it's showing I have 15 on my iPad. So San Diego right now. Awesome. Yeah, I wasn't sure schedule-wise as far as like who's opening back up. I know down here in South Florida, things are starting to open up. All the stores, the malls. I don't think movie theaters. The gyms have been opening up, restaurants, things of that nature. So I wasn't sure who'd be back to work. I know, for instance, I talked to Haley and a few other individuals, and they said they've been really busy. So I guess that's a good thing, because I'm hoping that means they're back working. Yes, try that. Oh, Matt's in the house. How you doing, Matt? Yeah, I don't know what's up with this, because it's like I got different numbers just to see who is here. Let's see if I start that again. Close the OBS, see if that does anything better. Two lives going on at once. Is that what it is? Because this is like really confusing. I'll close the Streamlabs. That's why I got you guys. Technical difficulties. I'm all right. Ship in July, so that's a bummer. Well, you know what, Matt? That's actually a great thing. I understand, if it's getting pushed. A lot of individuals are in that situation, but I heard from 4 different individuals today that we're supposed to ship in July for reserves, and their contracts have been canceled altogether. So, it's is what it is, unfortunately. This is like crazy, because it's like I said, I'm looking here, see Kyle and Matt, and there's someone else in here, and then I'm looking on my iPad, and it's still showing the other OBS that I closed, where I have 15 people. Yeah, this is weird. Closed OBS. Hopefully you guys all jump over here. See if Alexandria's in here. Percy, are you in here? Daniel. We have 2 Percys, or I had 2 Percys. I don't know if they're still in here. But Christopher says, yes, I can hear you. So does LP7. I hope you guys jump over here to the feed, like I said, because I closed the OBS. Apparently there was a problem. My youngest isn't happy that I do the live streams. She's been showing, oh my, Danielle, are you in here? Because I saw you were on the other stream. Danielle. Alexandra, migrate to the other stream. Yeah, I haven't seen you guys or heard of anyone. Emails and stuff, so I hope that means everybody's doing well. There's Danielle, she's here. Danielle, it's been what, 3-4 weeks? You've been hiding, girl. Everything's still on track for you to head off to, on time. So like Matt was saying, things have been shifted. Heard from quite a few individuals that were joining the reserve side and FTS, their contracts got cut altogether. It's the virus. Is what it is at the moment. We're still trying to figure everything out. Daniel says, here I am joining again. Thank you, Daniel. So what have you guys been up to? What questions do you guys have? I know you have to have questions. I got people on the other side, which I don't understand because I closed it out. Percy says, I want to thank you, Chief, for all the help, support, and advice you've given me. It's helped a lot. I appreciate that, Percy. That's why I do this, to help you guys out, learn from my mistakes. Danielle, yes, everything looks good so far. Thank goodness. Yeah, fingers crossed. Like I said, if you're going on the active side right now, it's a little different than the reserve side. And I saw right before I signed on, technical difficulties, on one of the Facebook groups, individuals that were going to go, like I said, the reserve side, they were upset because their contract was totally cut. And they didn't understand why, because, you still need reservists. And the whole reason there is people are leaving active duty. They have the option to come to the reserves. So it's not like the Navy needs to put reservists right now through boot camp and ACE school. So it's a little bit different, different beast. Same thing with FTS. Individuals can go from active duty and become FTS depending on what their rating is. Daniel there, hello. Daniel says, I wanted to leave earlier, but I think I could use that extra time to focus on running. Believe it or not, no matter what, you're never going to be ready. I'm speaking from experience. I think get a little bit more time, like, oh yeah, no problem. But yeah, just make the best of it. More than anything, I say spend time with your loved ones. Matt says, yeah, it sounds like I got lucky. They tried to force me to re-rate. Ooh, CS subs or depth charge, discharge. I found it. I got YN subs back just for a different date. That's good. Have you ever been on a sub, Matt? Just even during Fleet Week or anything to kind of get a feel for it? Just curious. So, yeah, what questions what do you have for, active reserves? Seeing quite a few individuals that send me emails. I'm sorry about not putting up videos the past week or so. My main computer took a dump, and I'm back up one. I've always been an Apple person, and I'm actually a little disappointed because right when the 1-year warranty went out, now I got this long strip on my screen that it's all pixelated. So I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, having some issues. Ooh, Mark, haven't seen you in quite a while. Good afternoon, Chief. Hello. How you doing, Mark? Danielle, yeah, but since you hurt your leg. Finally recovered, just started to run again, so it's been a little bit of a struggle. But I ran 2.5 miles today, a recruiter and some friends. Wow, problem. Worried about running and you're running 2.5 miles, you're not gonna have an issue. To me, those were my only options. I got called back discharge. YN, especially on a sub. I have some buddies that were YN. I had one that was a CS on a sub. I went underway for a brief period of time on the USS Dallas. I loved it. The Cobb, he knew that I loved it and made sure that I was escorted off the boat because he was afraid I was going to stow away. They were getting ready to go underway on a deployment. Chief, yeah, I'm originally from the DC area. I go up to Baltimore and the two of the subs. Okay, yeah, because I just, I know quite a few individuals that just think it's interesting or, whatever the reason is, and then they get to sub school and they don't do so well. So just concerned. I cannot imagine being in a situation, though. At least it worked out. Daniel, do you know any officers? I know tons of officers. Just wondering how many hours they work, a lot of paperwork. Any type of leadership position, first class, chief ranks, officer, you're going to be doing a ton of paperwork. Lots and lots of paperwork. But it also depends on your command. Depends on officer side, designator, enlisted side, what your rating is as far as what type of paperwork. So, like gunner's mate, me being a gunner's mate, lots of paperwork for ammo and, doing different gun shoots. I mean, there's going to be paperwork, and depending on the hours, sometimes you have days where you're working 16, 18 hours, and then there's other days where you're, maybe off in 2. It all depends. Percy says, again, I wanted to thank you for all your help, support. I'm glad I was able to help, Percy. Any of you guys, I'm here for you. You can send me a message through Instagram, email, any of that. So, Daniel, what's with all the crying faces? Chief, that 2 miles was not easy, but they said if YN opens up to leave earlier than even July, but I highly doubt it. Hey, I wouldn't doubt it. Because, this is for individuals that are upset about things being pushed back or not understanding the situation. And I was trying to make a video of this, and it wasn't coming across in the video. When you enter the Navy, they call it the pipeline. So you enter the pipeline, you're going right now to the hotel for 2 weeks, quarantine, and then you get to RTC, boot camp. From there, the pipeline continues. You go to A school, depending on your rating. Some go to C school, and then you go on to your command. Now, what happens if an individual gets set back because they fail to run or they fail to swim or, whatever other type of reasons that you could get set back? What if quarantine? Follow some of the pages for Facebook for the different groups of family members waiting for their loved ones currently serving at RTC. Some of those divisions are going like 10, 11, 12 weeks, and it's because of quarantine. Somebody tests positive, everyone gets quarantined another 2 weeks. So when that happens, your date's going to get pushed because you cannot say, for instance, you're a corpsman, and a corpsman happens to be one of the individuals for whatever reason that gets pushed 2 weeks. You're going to get pushed 2 weeks. That's the way that works. You can't enter the pipeline until somebody else in your rating, male or female, leaves the pipeline. I hope that made sense. Do I recommend a submarine rating? Yeah, like Matt was talking about it because he's going subs. For me, it's just a matter of individuals being claustrophobic. Myself, I love very small, tight spaces. Like I said, I went underway for a bit on a sub. I loved it. I love the camaraderie. It was a different atmosphere, more, not that you say you're not family, but it was a tighter, close-knit family because of the small living space. I loved everything about it personally. And if you're, a TM or MM with a weapons type. From what I saw and from my buddies that I've talked to that have been on subs, they seem to have a little bit more like living space, things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, so much of it is going to depend on what rating you want. So Mark says he's good. Thank you. But yeah, it's been a while. I know. Seems like forever since we were doing those live streams on Aaron's channel. You've been busy. It was offered to ship out this week. It was for air packs, so you refused. It all goes back to that pipeline. And, things are changing here and there. They are, I don't know why this one is shutting off. But things, you got to be flexible. It's the whole hurry up and wait, which I know some individuals, the Deppers themselves, along with the family, the loved ones, they're not happy about everything going on, but it's the military. Military, hurry up and wait. It is what it is. And, the idea of being offered like air pack or CPAC or whatever, you got to do what you want to do because it's your career. It's you definitely have to be happy. Just don't take something just to go earlier. It's like I'm saying, like a lot of the reservists with them having their contract cut altogether are FTS members until at least till October. It may be a good thing. Maybe there is some individuals that really want a particular rating that was not available come October. It will be. So got to go with the flow. Danielle, if I can't leave earlier, then it doesn't really matter. You said you have 3 months left. Yeah, and those 3 months, they're going to fly by. They really will, especially since I don't know where you're at exactly, everybody, how the situation is. Like here in South Florida, a lot of things are opening back up. So life is getting a little bit back to, being able to go shopping and go out and go to the gym and things of that nature. Matt wasn't going and wanting a sub rate, but it was you weren't against it. It's a totally different lifestyle. A lot of things you're not going to know until you try. Like, for instance, I was originally a torpedo man. When I left and came back, what I had available was AO. Took the AO. I did not like it, so I left. That was on the reserve side, and then I ended up coming back again, and I was offered my TM, my original rating, which then became a GM years and years later. But, for me, I personally did not like the aviation rating. That's just me. And I know, like, for instance, Aaron, since he's an AO, he's asked me, why didn't you like AO? Maybe it was because my entire 4 years was on, a ship, and I don't know. It didn't resonate with me. So you got to do what's best for you, and sometimes you don't know until you try. Mark says it was tempting when you heard CPAC, the word pack. Yeah, I've heard many people that have had a terrible enlistment as a pack because they weren't able to strike what they really wanted to strike. I've heard other individuals have very successful careers and then go on and they're serving years and years later. So much of it depends on your command. It really does. Do you get a psych test at sub school or MEPS? I would have to ask my buddy that question. I've heard that, but I don't want to give you specific details because I honestly really didn't ask them that. I know certain individuals that have been to the school, and all they said is that they freaked out once they were in the process of training because of the confined spaces and just the thought of being like underway for months at a time. I think, like I said, I loved being on the sub when we went underway. I was a little surprised when here in Fort Lauderdale, when we left the harbor and we went out, it was pretty rocky. I could actually, I was surprised I could actually feel it. But, I don't know if I could deal with weeks or months at a time without seeing the sunlight. Percy says, once I get to A school, we'll be able to choose what job, HM being a reserve. Well, reserves is totally different. Totally different. You're just going to be a quad zero, just a basic foreman. When you get to your reserve unit, depending on what unit you're attached to, also if you go green side or blue side, there's different factors. You can apply for C schools. And that's, once again, depending on your NOSC, depending on who you're cross assigned to, green side, blue side. So it works differently than the active side. And right now, I've had a couple of reservists tell me that I should make some videos on the reserve side, but they haven't drilled at a NOSC since February. So things are totally different. They're still doing mobilizations, things of that nature, but things are different drastically even on the reserve component. My son will have been in quarantine for 2 weeks tomorrow. We'll get to call home before he enters boot camp. Someone else asked me this question a few weeks back, and at that time, the answer was no. Since then, I have heard personally from 2 other members that I served with, their granddaughters are in, and they were able to call home. So I really don't know if it's more, things change from day to day, and I did not watch, if anyone knows, I did not watch the most recent video that Nikki did with CMC, 12 up at RTC to see if that's, been addressed. I'll have to do that tomorrow. But, things change. So I don't know if it's more of the RDC, if it depends on, I don't know, Eric, if you're on here, because Eric's an RDC. Hopefully. But what I can say, is your son or daughter, for anyone that's watching, they're thinking of you. They're missing you guys also. So, and I love reading on Facebook all the different comments about, I got the call from, my son or my daughter today for 5 minutes or 4 minutes, whatever it is. And, they just sounded so much happier when they, hear their parents' voice. So, yeah, just make sure you carry, if it's your cell phone, carry your phone, because I also hear stories, unfortunately, where they miss the call. You don't want to do that. And for anyone that, I put this out on some other videos, if you need a calling card that you want to send your loved one that's in boot camp, you can email me and I'll send you a calling card. Or they can just buy one when they go to the next there. But I figure there's so many individuals that are E1, E2s, and I can save you guys $20 or whatever. I'll do that. So what do we got here? CTR. Hey, what is the process for the Navy Reservist Officer 01 with a bachelor's and master's already? Is boot camp? Okay, officers don't go to boot camp. That's only enlisted. They have on the reserve side, they do have a little program where they go up to Rhode Island for supply side. I know some of them, they had to wait to get in. But yeah, especially reserve and active, it's like I said, it's similar, but also night and day, different beasts. But yeah, you won't go to boot camp. You'll go to your officer equivalent. Danielle says she almost went air pack. No, Danielle YN. And have you been looking at that book that I sent you? Pop-ups. I got a virus on my Mac. Can you switch over from subs to surface warfare? You're talking about once you're in? From individuals I know, it's always been, for some reason, a disqualifier, meaning they had a health issue or something to where they had to cross over. It's not like I'm on subs and all of a sudden, hey, I'm going to go, now my order's to a ship. It doesn't work like that. Two months. Mark says 2 months. Things are going crazy around here with the protesting and all. Yeah, I hope you guys are all staying safe. I know my parents were talking to me about the protesting in my small hometown up in Michigan. And thank God we haven't had anything down where I'm at to where I've seen it, or even like, I don't really watch the news. But, I just hope everyone stays safe. Crazy times we're living in. Time will fly by fast, though, as long as you keep yourself busy. Yeah, and like I said, for like Danielle, I gave you the YM book. If any of you other guys, if you can't find those NAVED books on your rating or BMR to learn your basic military requirements or any type of study aids that you need, just let me know. I can help you guys out because, especially if you got pushed a couple months or whatever, use the time wisely. So pick my brain. Can you make a Navy chief at 10 years? I have actually seen a Navy chief at 6.5, 7 years. Depends on your rating. So much depends on your rating. Carrie's in the house. How you doing, Carrie? I was hoping you'd make it. Matt, I didn't even know what to feel throughout the whole season. I almost want to rewatch it. I've been rewatching, honestly. I think you find a way to season 2. Jeff is here. How you doing, Jeff? I was hoping you'd show up too. I wasn't sure time-wise because I know, everyone I said in California, that would have been, 1700. But like I said, I don't know who's working, who's not working. So figure I'll hang out until you guys want me to leave. Carrie says, calling card was super helpful. Thank you again. You're welcome. So does that mean your son shipped? Because I know you were going back and forth with that. There's a kid at my recruiter's office who already entered as an E3 because of ROTC. Yes, that's one way to get it. He keeps bringing in more referrals, waiting for him to donate some. Danielle, have you asked him? And I'm taking it that Aaron didn't hook you up. Actually, I went today to Joanne Fabrics, the craft store, to get some stuff, and striking up a conversation with she was like 60 some years old, but she was, I don't know, just out of the blue, I get the strangest ways people approach me. This lady was like, so are you a military member or are you a police officer? And I get this because of the way I stand or, whatever. So I was like, I was in the military. So she starts asking me these questions about her grandson and, he wants to go to college, but she wants him to go to the military. So we got on this whole kick about that. And I just found that interesting. And I forget where I was going with that. Getting old. Oh, you're talking about the referrals. That's what it was. I'm surprised that more individuals are not yet, and I know things are just starting to open up with recruiting and all that, but not yet wanting to go the route of military. And I say that because I haven't really watched the news because to me it's very depressing. But with unemployment numbers still being high, generally what happens are individuals join the military. Now, statistically, I'll probably want to look at some reports to see maybe they're going more towards the Army, stuff like that, because of a wider array of jobs. But yeah, if anyone's watching and you're considering joining, you're not really sure, I would definitely jump on that. Because in the past, what has happened is if a lot of individuals are unemployed, ASVAB numbers go up. So we got Danielle said she's been reading the YN book here and there. That's good. Probably don't understand it, but perhaps you ought to associate with said individual. Yeah, especially too if certain individuals already, like I said, are coming in as an E3. Unless they're working on getting a NAM or something like that. I know that's what Aaron was doing. It's like, why not pass it off? You're welcome. Over an overachiever. You got to find a way to finesse the referrals from him. I would think up there in the Orlando area, you would have a ton of individuals, a ton wanting to enlist. Just from my experience of all the people that I've met, generally California, of course, it's a large state, Texas, another large state, but Florida. You laughed at my joke yesterday, so progress to keep everyone updated. Yeah, I would love to see you go in at least as an E2, if not an E3. Because I know Aaron, he should be, I think, putting on E2 here like within a week or so. Carrie says, great, Laura. Son got his 1.5 miles under 16 minutes. Awesome. Thanks for the pacer tips. Yeah, that was, I was hoping Eric, I don't know if he's in here hiding out or what. He's an RDC. That was a little tip that I got from him. Something that I've done myself to help with the runtime, but that was something he had passed on to me as far as what they have used or were going to use. There was a plan and process for RTC. Not yet. They said June, but now saying no way. Yeah, it's crazy. The whole virus thing has just really pushed things all out of whack. And then with recruiting, there's going to be some changes. Just it's lots of things. So to stand by. Stop. Come on. Mommy's live. Waiting on his job available at MEPS anytime soon. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard. Stop it, please. Jeff, I'm doing good. In Texas Central Time Zone. Yeah, riders vandalized a Purple Heart memorial. That is crazy. I saw something about that up in DC, and then like how they even had the National Guard up there, and it's just I don't get any of that. I really don't. I agree. Progress is progress. Try to throw in some hints. Haha. You brought a friend. I told her I'll help her study for the ASVAB if she puts me. Yeah, this is just funny. Come on. You just stand out on a street corner and have a sign, you know. PQS. What are you referring to, Mark? You're referring to what with the start guide? Daniel says a lot of people want to enlist, but it's always the people you don't know. I tried to refer a coworker, but she said she aspires to be a manager at Verizon or AT&T. Your luck. You know, maybe the timing is just not right. So I know you want to have numbers so you can go in as an E2 or an E3, but later on you can also do that and get an AM, which is 2 points on your advancement exam. Cassie, Texas here, going to MEPS next week. Verify your PICATs and process medical. Any advice? Have you been studying still, even though you took it? And for anyone, Cassie or anyone else, if you guys need ASVAB for Dummies, I have a 2018-19 version along with some practice exams that I will email you if you email me. So just let me know there. Yeah, you want to study and make sure you get a good night's rest the night before. I know that's hard to do because depending on where you're traveling to with MEPS, you're all worked up and excited and nervous and the whole thing. But yeah, just get your rest. Just skipped on me. Where'd you go? Suicidal Melon. Do you think 27 is too old to enlist for the Navy Reserves? Definitely not. Active and reserve. Currently, it was 32, then it was 34, now it's 39. It's been 39 for a while. And I actually had this conversation with somebody earlier today that is 32, wanting to enlist active duty, and they were getting a lot of, you know, you're too old from their family and friends. You're too old. Don't, you know, you shouldn't do it. It's a young person's game. The way I look at it is you guys, especially 27, that is still very young. You're at a great age, in my opinion, because you've already experienced what the civilian side of the world has. The biggest thing is, depending on your personality type, is being told what to do by somebody who is much younger than you. That's the problem a lot of individuals have. I joined when I was 21 and a half, and I had a little bit of that problem, having somebody that was 19, 20 telling me what to do. But no, that's definitely not too old. In my opinion, that's a perfect age. So anyway, like 27, said it goes up to 39. So even at 39, and I know people that have joined like at 36 and 39, you do 20 years, that's a great age to retire, and you don't have to work again if you don't want to. But even on the reserve side, be ready to possibly retake the whole thing again. Fingers crossed you don't have to. Yeah, hopefully not. But if you do, like I said, study. If you guys need a study aid, ASVAT for Dummies, I'll give you guys a PDF copy. Just email me. I also have 2 math tests. I have 2 word study guides. And then I have another test that I received from somebody, which has a little bit of everything. The electronics, it's basically like taking the ASVAT. And that one has the answer key with it too. So, and I found out one of my neighbors, he teaches math at one of the universities, and he has agreed to get with me, if you guys so desire, to come up with like some ASVAT type math study material for anyone that's watching or knows anyone that wants that material to study. Cassie, my recruiter, told me as long as I have my associate's degree and before boot camp, you can enter as an E3. That is correct. I feel like I would need to turn that in before signing a contract. Yes, definitely. If it's not in writing in your contract, it never happened. And you'll learn that throughout your whole entire career. If it's not documented, it never happened. Even if you have 100 people witness it, it never happened. But E3 constantly changes. I did not look today. I look almost daily on the Navy website. But E3, with your degree, you'll come in as that E3. You'll also get a financial bonus. E3 was either $4,000 or $5,000. It was a good chunk of change. So definitely, check that out on their website and verify. If so, make sure that's in writing. Percy, 27 years young, brings maturity. Is that my Percy? EM1 retired Percy? And I agree, the maturity. You're going to have anyone that is 27, in their 30s, you're going to have a much easier time at boot camp, A school. It's just going to be dealing with, at times, from what I have had people refer, the verbiage is like you're babysitting an 18-year-old. But no, you guys, you'll do really well. You've offered your stimulus check. Danielle, are you serious? I know you're joking. The government decided not to let me thrive. Hey, I just got my stimulus check last week? Still haven't received my 18 or 19 tax returns. And buy a new computer. Matt says, my recruiter wouldn't let me go without my college transcripts. He didn't want my issues with the contract. Yeah, you want to make sure you bring everything with you. So like if you have any type of college, any of that kind of stuff, you want to make sure you bring it. Carrie retracted her messages. Percy had a shipmate, was 35 during boot camp. Yeah, our yeoman, she was 34 or 36. I forget. Back then, way back in the day, because the age, it changes periodically. Needs of the Navy. Whatever it was, max at that time is what she was. If anyone lives near Temecula, California, I like that area, and needs an ASVAT for Dummies book, you can have mine. I no longer need it. That is very nice of you. Awesome. Yeah, sometimes I'm actually one of those individuals, I'd rather have the material in my hand to read more than a PDF. But like I said, I'm just, I have this PDF version. So anybody wants it, feel free to email me. I've had a lot actually from Ben Allen and some other channels reach out to me from the Army and other branches, because it's all the same thing. All the same thing. Chief entering with a degree guarantees E4. No. Army, it does. For Navy, you cannot go higher than E3 in boot camp. Doesn't matter if you take on a job. Doesn't matter if you have ROTC. Doesn't matter if you have referrals, education. You can come in with, and believe this, there was, and this was years ago, but there was an individual that was a lawyer. So he had his JD degree. So what, 8 years? Came in the reserves as an E3. He just didn't want to be an officer. But yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Chief entering, and then Matt, I think the bonus for degree is 8,000. Not sure if it's different for associate. It is different for associate and bachelor's. One of them is like either 4 or 5. I think it might be 5. And then the associate is 8. That I know if you have associate or higher. But like I said, you guys want to check that, because just because I say that now doesn't mean tomorrow morning it's not going to change. Same thing with, you know, if you're going in, like say tomorrow you're going to the recruiter to sign your paperwork, make sure you look that day because things could change. Laura, I will personally send my question. Okay, no problem, Carrie. Yeah, and usually I look to see before I do a live stream. I've only done a few, but for those that aren't aware, I was doing like a lot with Aaron Pereira. Definitely want to check out his channel. We did like every night for 2 weeks when the whole quarantine thing started. And but yeah, so you definitely want to verify all that information. And you know, like I said, I normally would check it out and have it here to give you guys that information. But because my youngest decided to chew through my brand new cord, and I know if Aaron's watching this, he'll find that funny, because anytime we try to do a live stream on his channel, she was like literally chewing, and she's sitting right down here. She's actually been scratching the wall. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard with her nails, because she doesn't like for me to not give her attention. David, I just talked about that. Please. David says, question, I'll be 37 years old. When I enter into the reserves, will I have a different exception, boot camp, blah, 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 examples, leadership roles? Okay, I was just talking about this. David, you probably weren't on here yet. You know, you won't get yelled at as much generally, from my experience, from what I've been through personally, along with talking to individuals that I know, quite a few that are late in life, in their mid to late 30s, that have gone through, and talking to RDCs that I know, friends that are RDCs. They're generally not, you know, because you're more mature, you're an adult, and it's not going to have the same effect. So no. Recruiter told me not to study for your PICAT verification because a recruit she brought in the day got a 30 points lower because overstudied. I thought that was weird. I've only heard of one person personally that scored lower when they went and took the verification test. But no, I mean, I've heard other people, like just math in general, like at college and stuff, they can say like you can overstudy, but I've never. I guess it's the case by case, you know? I mean, I don't remember, did you say, Cassie, what was your score that you did receive on the PICAT? And do you have like, did you do really well on math? You know, do you have issues? Because I know most people have an issue with math and things of that nature. Daniel says, my cat does that too, or he'll come tap on the phone screen while I'm using the phone. Well, I showed you guys this, my youngest, she's special needs, so she really loves mommy and really wants my attention, and she loves cords. So it's like I have all my cords up here on the table. I have extra cords. I actually have an extra cord here in case I need it for my phone, which I think is funny that I did that. Still looking for your Blue Jackets manual. You are, Jeff? Jeff, if you want, actually, you know what? Maybe somebody can answer this question, because I know on the very first live stream, we were talking about, I have an electronic version also of that. However, I cannot figure out how to open it up. And I don't know if Tim's watching. He may be. The file is an ACSM file reader. That's what it says when I downloaded it. And I can't, for the life of me, how to get this document to open. So if somebody can figure that out, I'd be more than happy to share with people. But otherwise, if you want, I can, now that things are starting to open back up, I can look around here, see if I can maybe find you a used one. Another recruiter told me that verification need to be answered exactly same as the PICAT. Don't change answer just to be consistent. Have you heard that? I've heard that. Because, you know, the whole thing is verification to make sure that whatever individual didn't cheat. But thing is, if you answered one way and you studied, for instance, math, and you realized whatever type of math you were doing was like, oh, I was doing it incorrectly. This is the correct way. You know, you're not going to answer the same way. I mean, I want to answer the same way. David says, thank you for answering my question. You are welcome. Yeah. So what David, you said about entering the reserve. So you have not gone to MEPS or Recruiter or anything, have you? Casey says I received a 78. Wow. Nuke being highest number in line scores, math and arithmetic reasoning is my strongest. That's great because, like I said, so many individuals, that is their weakest. So that's really good. Reason you're nervous is because the kid originally achieved 98 and went down to a 60. I wouldn't compare myself to anyone else, though. Is there a particular rating that you're looking for? I mean, are you looking to go like Nuke, or what is there? You have 1, 2, 3. You should always have multiple ratings for backup. Carry a son at 82 on the PICAT for Air Force. Then they spelled his name wrong at MEPS. I remember you said that. Made him take the full ASVAB. He wasn't prepared for that and didn't pass. Too stressed. Well, that's just it. Stressed, not enough sleep. Sleep, let me tell you guys, sleep is so important. And I know I made briefly, and actually I made one video on it, but it was a short video about sleep. And like, I have a very inconsiderate neighbor, which is another, yes, it's an excuse, but another reason I have not been doing videos as much, because I have not been sleeping. You know, I get these like bags under my eyes and stuff. It's just, it's crazy. But yeah, got to get your sleep, because if you don't get your sleep, you're not going to be prepared for the test. You're not going to think clearly. Doesn't matter how well you do at math or anything else. Hi Jeff, I found a Blue Jackets manual for around 15 on Amazon, 24th edition. Hey, awesome. Yeah, I got a notification because, you know, I bought mine, my hard cover book. I bought it a few months back, and I get notifications like when the price drops and stuff. And they do have people on there for whatever reason decide to sell it, so you can get it fairly cheap. I took a 3-year break. Best thing he could have done. Now he's ready. Timing is everything. So I said timing is everything. Taking the PICAT tomorrow. Do they give the results that same day? No, I haven't gone to MEPS. I know when I went, it was the same day. But what's the experience with everyone else, Matt and all? Did you guys get yours the same day? Jeff says, will recruiters allow vets to volunteer at their office? Doing what? I have not seen it. I know, like, I used to hang out a lot and help, but that was when I was still on a reserve status. I can't afford it right now, trying to get back on your feet. I hear you, Jeff. Struggle is real for many people that I know. And, you know, myself, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And I was just going to say, speaking of the devil, next one there, Aaron, what up, girl? I know you're not talking to me like that, young man. what I was going to say, Mr. Aaron here, you know, was like somebody had discussed with him about, oh, well, you know, he retired and blah, blah. Once again, I retired on the reserve side. For those of you that want to go in reserves, understand 60 is the retirement age to receive your paycheck. You will receive it before that if you go on certain mobilization orders overseas. So, I mean, on average, 60. I will receive mine when I am 58. So until then, I don't have a paycheck, and reserve paycheck is night and day from active duty. So I definitely feel you financially. Hi, how many Filipinos did you work with? You're full Filipino. I heard there's a Filipino mafia. There is tons, especially like on the ship, because of citizenship and all. For so many, CS is what most not all, but a lot of Filipinos, they're CSs. Amazing cooks, amazing cooks. But yeah, there is a mafia. I don't want to nuke, just want to be able to choose any rating I would like. And by doing so, I think I need a high score. You're looking into OS, but mind is open. Casey, are you subscribed to my channel? I do have a video about ASVAB and how, if you know a particular rating that you want, how to look and see what you need to score area. So you know ahead of time. But just understand, for anybody, if there's a particular rating, which is a job in the Navy, that you want, it doesn't mean you're going to get it. It has to be available at MEPS. Recruiters don't know what that is. They know the liaison. They know, they're the ones that help you out. They're the ones there at MEPS, and it's like it's constantly changing day to day. Chief, yeah, you got that right, boy. Hey, Aaron, did you look at that information I sent you about what we were discussing earlier today? Hey, Ron. What up, Booter? Hey, did you leave breakfast yet, or at least that snack? When you putting on that E2? Percy, sleep before a test. It's even practice while underway. Basically, you get the night off before the advancement exam. Yeah, and Percy, you didn't answer me. Is this Percy EM1 type, retired? Mr. Teacher? David, I received my PICAT scores the same day at recruiter's office. Yes. Copy that, ma'am. Yeah, when did the PICAT? I got mine the same day. Matt did. Awesome. Once chief, always a chief. Navy chief, Navy pride. That is right. Just because I'm retired does not mean I lose that status. And I'm still active with the Chief's Mess. So, CTR, thanks for the information. Would love a reserve officer specific video. Did you email me? Because I had like 6 different individuals ask me about the videos, and I just want to make sure. I think there was one that wanted intel, 3 or 4 wanted supply, and actually one of the ensigns that I helped mold when I left, he was a lieutenant, and I just saw him on Facebook yesterday. He put on his lieutenant commander, and he's supply. So I would love to see if he would love to come on the channel. That would be a good video. Remind me of that. Stay on me about that. PI cousins. What's PI cousins? I did the second link. It was good. The first I already abide by that, but the rest I didn't quite understand. Yeah, it's just like anything with the military. You guys aren't always going to understand what you're reading until you're actually in it, and then things start to make more sense. But the 2019 document that I sent you, to me, that was really good. And it is Percy, EM1, retired. Glad you can make it, Percy. Still growing out that scruff? Tell you, man, you and Oliveris. Beards. Thanks for info on the PyCats. 1 week. 1 week E2. So that means you should see it on your June 15th paycheck. Lobby girl's in. Oh, I forgot about that. Lobby girl's here. Hope your referrals had an amazing day today. Ooh, she's busting on you. Busting. Do they do a good job of explaining all this rank up stuff in boot or A school? They cover it. Like I said, Carrie, any of this stuff that I'm throwing out there, any of the YouTubers throw out there, so much of it you're being, especially in boot camp, you're just having all this information thrown at you and you're being molded and changed over from a civilian to a sailor. So not everything sticks. Everyone learns differently. But I mean, they do cover stuff, but a lot of it, it's just, you're gonna be learning from the moment you step foot into RTC until you decide to retire. And even still, like I'm still learning things. Understood. Thank you for responding. I really appreciate it. I'll just do my best on verification. If I have, I will redo it and try my best again. I would say yes, but also don't even put that in your mindset about having to redo it. You're gonna kill it. You're gonna do awesome. Just get your rest. You're going to do a video on it. Your journey making E2. Becoming successful Navy, new Navy coming out soon. How to grow the perfect deployment mustache. Okay. Danielle loves me and she knows it. She's still waiting on those referrals. I was told I would get E3 in boot camp. How quickly can I go to E4 as an MA? Thank you. You're going to get E3 as in because of what? You're entering as an E3? Clarification, please, David. Whispers, Danielle, please take me back. I need you. Have you been tracking, Aaron, have you been tracking the individuals that you're sending to these recruiters to follow up? Percy says, I shaved, Chief. I just got to be presentable for the drive-through high school graduation. I couldn't even imagine. I honestly could not imagine, just the whole school year thing with parents having to, teach your kids and then just graduation and just, I don't know. So I know they were talking about in the beginning, when the whole quarantine started, about like parents having to work with their kids. And I don't know if it was states or depending on grades, but Percy, since you are a teacher, how did that work? Did you guys do like a Zoom school? What did they do? And Casey says subscribe. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate it. Ask me any questions you guys want. Like I said, you can always feel free to email me also. 6 months and you're eligible. What are you talking about, Aaron? Yes, with my degrees. So if you're coming in as an E3 to E4, you have 6 months. So you're going to go through boot camp and A school and everything. You're going to get your commands. And depending on like when you come in, because for active duty, reserve or active duty, the exam is in March and in September. Reserves, it's in February and August. So you would just take that exam when it's available. Benjamin, I was thinking about you earlier, Benjamin. I hope you're doing well, bud. Aaron, I could be an E2 in less than 3 months. Got to get the referrals. Benjamin says, do you have any college degrees? Do I have college degrees? I have multiple college degrees because I took advantage of the GI Bill. I'll start writing down names. I'm telling you, if you are savvy with Excel, put it in Excel, or WordPad or whatever, You don't want to write it down so much, and I'm speaking from experience, because your cats, when I had dogs, your dogs may eat that document. But yes, you guys keep track of stuff if you're referring somebody or, just any type of information like that. Keep track of it. You're going to get your little green will book. Aaron, do you have a little green will book? Will book. How many times have you deployed on a ship? Multiple times. Not enough, in my opinion. I would go back in a heartbeat if the Navy said, hey, we need for you to come on whatever ship. I would love to. How old are you right now, and when will you retire? Me? I am retired. And I'm old enough to know better. It's your boy Aaron. How you been? Have an E2 MRE date. Gotta have a good MRE though. Some are better than others. I got you, boo. But I'm marrying Tiffany. So no. You said Tiffany. What about your I forget how you say the other one. How does reserves retirement work? I understand active, but reserves is kind of confusing. Okay, what's confusing? I mean, I know it's confusing, but what is it specifically confusing to you? Because the question I get a lot is, I did 4 years active duty and I'm decided I'm going to stay in, I'm going to go to the reserves. How does that carry over? So you have 365 days per year, 366 with leap year, and you get 1 point for every day. So whatever the 1,300 and change, if you do 4 years, you come over and you those 1 point per every day, 1,300 and change points, come over to the reserve side. So there's a whole calculation. I have a video about that on how to calculate your reserve time. It's also for the other branches. They do the same thing. But it goes on a point system. 7,300 points is equivalent to an active duty retirement. So if you're going to do the basic minimal, which is 48 drill points per year, your weekend, 12 to 14 days for your 2 weeks, you get 15 points for basically attaboy, attagirl, good year. Technically, you can max out to 130 points per year, but even at 130, if you do the math, for 20 years, if you don't mobilize, deploy. And I say that because I know many reservists that never went anywhere because they didn't want to go anywhere. But then they find out they only had like a $200 or $300 a month retirement check. Once again, when they're eligible, because you're not eligible till you're 60, especially if you've never deployed. But yeah, and there's other ways to make points with funerals and different types of orders and things like that. Tiffany would want you to help. I agree. She wants you to help Danielle out. She wants Danielle to go in as an E2, if not an E3. It takes 6 weeks to be eligible to test strike third class if you're an E3. We're talking about 6 weeks. What are you talking about there, boy? Enlighten me, which you're referring to. I'm nothing without her. She loves leaving me to go to Cali for school. Oh, she's going to Cali? Cali. Benjamin says, I'm doing fine. I was thinking this earlier too. Any of the viewers, especially that are like to cook, Thai food. Do we have anyone that knows Thai recipes? I love Thai food. And since all the Thai restaurants have been closed where I'm at, a couple like closed permanently, I want some recipes. And what better way to network? No books, I don't read. I'm an AO, not smart enough. So I guess that means when you say you've been studying your bibs, we still need to make a video about that since you said you had some questions. Aaron, pass some referrals. Yes. This boy has so many referrals. Aaron trying to be like A-Rod, the baseball player. What a comparison. Negative, I'm one of a kind. Aaron, where's your dad? I haven't seen your dad. heard from your dad in quite a while. I've been working as a support facilitator for ESOL students, authorized to contact them by any means and assist them with their work. So Percy, right now, and I know things can change just like the military, but right now, because Percy's in South Florida here with me, what are they looking at for the school year? Going to continue online? Have you gotten any word? Inquiring minds want to know. Chief, I need you for that GM video. Well, I understand you want me for the GM video, but why would I do a GM video on your channel before I do it on my channel? I had a whole series. I spent, what's today, Wednesday? I spent Sunday night, after I talked to my parents every Sunday night, I was up until 4:30 because of my neighbor and his loud music. So I made use of the time editing videos. My computer crashed. I lost everything. My hard drive, it's a 4 terabyte hard drive, had like 2.2, a little more than 2 terabytes of data on there saved, and it's telling me the file won't read. So it's been a bad 4 or 5 days, bad week for electronics and myself. Mark says, I love Thai food, but yeah, I don't really know about the recipes. I'm particularly looking for garlic sauce, because the one place that had, to me, the most amazing garlic sauce closed permanently. And I've looked all over on YouTube. I've looked, just Googling and stuff, and I've tried some of the recipes, and I don't like them. Tiffany's leaving you, okay. I'm not even going to say your future wife's name there, because it's funny when you say it. She makes amazing food. The wife you haven't met yet, huh? Hopefully selling your car. You've been selling your car for a while. I know you're talking about your dad. I'm definitely going to take your dad up on his offer of when I'm up for a new vehicle. Definitely going through him. Matt, definitely love Thai food, but only use Google to recreate my favorites. I don't know. What I'm missing here, I don't know about the rest of the nation, but down here, I have had no luck finding fresh vegetables that taste good. Been to Publix, Whole Foods, Bravo supermarket. I have to, the one, what do you call, farmer's market, they haven't had anything. So I'm looking for like some peppers and some good tasting. I'm like craving that. Mark, that's what I heard too. Boy, getting them left and right. He is, but he's not following up to find out about the NAM. Since he's already in, he'd be eligible for a NAM. He said, you want a NAM, Navy Achievement Medal. It's like green with the orange, 2 orange stripes, because that's 2 points on your advancement exam. Because you love me, that's why you'll do it. Tell you what exactly do you want me to cover in your video? So that way it can be a little bit different in my video. I have a bunch of footage, once again, on this hard drive that no longer tells me that I'm eligible, that it's no longer reading it. So I don't have luck with electronics. They just seem to burn out. Percy says, as of right now, we're returning in August. Prepare for any changes. It's going to be interesting. This whole entire year is just, I know, has not been what anybody thought it would be. Erin said she's a legend. Who's a legend? Danielle? Alexandria's still in here? She eating cereal. Well, sure. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst, not so best. Yeah. You know, like I said, it's the same thing with the military. You got to hope for one thing, but have the backup plan. I'll make it I'll make it up to you. I swear, don't leave me too. Me? I'm not leaving you. I'm a pain in your butt. Mr. Riveras, glad I found your page. Thank you. Account channel. I know what you mean. Slid down. Hey, she finally gave up scratching on the wall. Aaron says your cat Momo ate your hard drive. No, not this cord, but you missed it. I was having technical difficulties setting this all up. I ended up having Streamlabs and YouTube. I had both of them going, didn't know it, but it was because that brand new cord that I bought, she chewed through it again. So where was I today? Back at Best Buy. I don't know how in the world she got it because she can't jump. And where I had it, it's not like she could climb up on the wood. So I don't know. Jeff, Thai food reminds me of, where the heck is that? Is that out in California? Or are you talking about overseas somewhere? Andrew Brand. I've been out for 4 years. If I go reserves and want to go back active, will I still be eligible for your bonus? Which bonus are you referring to? Also, what is your rate rating? That's the whole determining factor. I have a video on that, going reserves to active, and it doesn't matter if you were prior active or not, but just the whole process and things of that nature. Mark, get referrals changed. Get this whole conversation going on here. Mr. Rivera is currently in YNA school. Hoorah! Hey, how are you liking your YNA school? Tell you, YN, Corpsman, LS. Those are the three that really you guys can go to any commands out of all the ratings. Active and reserve, or even FTS. Mr. Riveras, are you enjoying it so far? That's right, because Danielle here is going in, fingers crossed, as a YN. She's waiting, though, on her ship date. Only my mom had dropped me as a kid 46 times. Sure, it was only 46, Aaron. I'm trying to survive this heat. Everything else is easy day. Where, Mr. Ramirez, where are you originally from? It's funny you said that about the heat. Daniel would never want to go on a date with me. Let's be honest. Trying to survive the heat. Aaron says on purpose. Thailand chief. You know, Jeff, I never made it to Thailand. I never made it to Japan. Wanted to go to Japan so bad. Never made it to Hawaii. Never made it to Guam. For me, it was Kuwait, Iraq, Kuwait, Afghanistan, Kuwait. Qatar was hot. I spent like more than half of my career over in the sand. But as people tell me, now that you're retired, you can go to these places. So maybe, depending on the whole situation, what's going on in the world, then I also have to come up with funding. But I would like to do the space age travel. Check that out. FT2 and re-enlistments. Re-enlistment, I mean, bonuses for both active and reserve, FTS, all that, they're totally different. So much of it depends on what they need at that time. So if you were to go, like you said, to reserves and then eventually back to active, needs of the Navy, it's possible. I'm not going to say it's not possible, but not to count on it. So that way, if you get it, that's great. But my question always, and I've had so many people the last month ask me about going from reserve, if they've never been active, reserve to active, how easy is it? Or active to reserve, and if I want to go back to active. My question always is this: why are you even considering, if you're reserves, think about active, why don't you go active? And if you're active going reserves, thinking about even the possibility about maybe going back to active, why are you leaving active? Just, that's a question that I ask just to get people thinking. Mr. Rivera says YN was the best decision I ever made. Any questions you may have, I'm here to help. Awesome. Danielle, make sure you pick the brain. It's true you guys find out where you're going to be stationed in boot camp since YNA school is so short. It's from New York City. A school is either 5 or 6 months, depending on the classification in boot camp. Yeah, some of the boot camp or A schools are really long. Now, you may have a short A school. However, it may take you quite a while. For instance, PR is one of them. Takes you forever to class up. So you may be on hold. Honestly, a lot of people found out at RTC, and it has stood the same. Yeah. Long A school won't find out their orders until after. True. Yeah. YNs, you want to be nice to YNs because all the paperwork, you really want to make those connections. Any command you go to help you out with your evaluations, awards, all kinds of stuff. Please stop. Oh, geez, did they get to choose orders or was it just picked for them? And I know you're asking specifically about your YN rating, but for those that are not, that may have that question and are not aware, certain A schools do things different. Sometimes they assign it to you. Other ones, they allow you to pick. For instance, when I was in TMA school, it went according how you scored academically. Some schools still do that. It's always different. So that's why I tell individuals, make sure no matter what, you always want to do your best, but especially depending on your school, it may determine your orders and how you get to pick them. Probably isn't the same for YNS because of sub school. Yeah, you're gonna actually, you have to find out first, Matt, if you're gonna pass the host sub community before you're gonna get your orders. So it is different for sub side for all the ratings. Do you get pay in the Navy Academy, and do you go on ships after the academy? You're talking about for officer? Yes. When you're in the academy, you're getting paid. Doesn't matter, boot camp, academy. As soon as you guys leave MEPS, you swear in, and then you get to either RTC or if you're going, wherever, you guys are getting paid right away. And that's a big question about, like, with the hotel, individuals are like, hey, I'm in quarantine for 2 weeks. I'm not actually at RTC. Am I getting paid? Yes, because the Navy now basically owns you. If something happens medically or whatever, they're responsible for you. Your clock starts ticking. What we did was select specific fleets or specific duty stations. Most people got their first and second choice. That's interesting. YN subs go straight to Groton. Yep, up to Connecticut. Then after sub school, you find out your duty station. Yeah, because like I said, they're not going to give you a set of orders and then you go to sub school and you either drop out willingly or you flunk out. So yeah, they're not going to cut the orders ahead of time. That's great that you have that connection there, Danielle, to ask specifically, especially when it's fresh in their mind. Do you know anyone who's an AG or anything about the rating? I do. Actually, it's funny because I was actually talking to the AG1 earlier today on Facebook. So I think if I would have gone like anything in that whole realm, it probably would have been AG or AC. But once again, before I jumped on here, I was talking to somebody, a couple individuals that are they're trying to make the decision, should they join the Navy or not? Should they go active or reserve? So I was, they're asking me questions and I was answering. I don't know if they're here or not, but when I joined, there was no internet. Okay, yes, I'm dating myself, but there was no internet. And there was such a much smaller percentage of females that served compared to today. And the stats that I looked up from the report that I read from October 2019, 16% of the Navy is female. Now, like I said, that was the report that I read. I don't know if there are other numbers out there, but and I've said that it's basically still a male's military. But yeah, questions, that's why I'm here for you guys. Ask me questions. Active duty, reserves, I served on both. I served, for those that are not familiar, I joined as a TM, torpedoman's mate. I was an AO, I served active, I served reserves. I retired on the reserve side, and if there's any regret that I really have is not retiring on the active side. Main reason, once again, for if you guys have not, when you tuned into this stream, I won't receive my retirement. I don't receive it now. I won't receive it for some time, because for the reserves, unless you've mobilized after January 2008, that time does not count. And it also depends on where you mobilized. There were some more changes to this instruction in 2015, but that, like for instance, if you go right now, if you were to go to Afghanistan for 1 year, that 1 year will come off your retirement age. So instead of 60, you'll receive that retirement at 59. And the retirement is based on a point system. It's not a percentage system like active duty. So if you're doing the minimal amount, you're not going to make a great retirement. Hope you have a real good civilian job. Daniel says, I'm even more excited about it now. That's great. That's another reason with these live streams. I know I've asked before, if you guys are interested, I'll do more live streams. Is there a particular day and time? Do you want me to do more than once a week? Let me know. I'd be more than happy to do it. But it's reasons like that, also connecting. Hopefully you guys can reach offline, and any questions you have, be taking the notes. It's better that way to hear. Yes, I've served. Question I get a lot, like for tonight, serve with officers. Yes, I've served with thousands of officers. Have you served with an AG or a Navy SEAL or a corpsman or just whatever rating? I have served, I can honestly say, with every rating the Navy has had. I served over a 28-year period. But it's always great to actually talk to somebody who is in that particular rating, especially like, Mr. Rivera. You're right there in A school. So share that knowledge. Help each other out. Daniel's back with Aaron there with the referrals. If anyone in Orlando area is interested and want to enlist in the Navy, active or reserves, talk to Danielle. She needs some referrals so she can make rank. Matt says, I'm worried about that escape swim in sub school. How's your swimming skills, Matt? And how comfortable are you in the water? The big thing, same thing with boot camp and all, is how comfortable you are in the water. Most people here who are going overseas are staying a while due to the COVID. Yep. Hopefully when they come in, the COVID pandemic eases up and you'll have an easier transition. That would be nice, but I don't know if that's really going to change, especially with everything opening back up. So I don't know how it is in other states, cities. Down here, they're really starting to open things up, and I have a lot of friends that work at the hospitals, nurses, doctors, and the ER and stuff, and cases are multiplying. So we'll see. AG interests you? Okay, awesome. Can you be enlisted for that rating or have to be an officer? Individuals I know, they're enlisted. I haven't even looked on the officer side to see what the designators are. And for those of you that, if you're not sure about a particular rating or want to go officer, but they're called designators, go on the Navy Cool website. I have a video about that too. Go on the Navy Cool website. You can just click on whatever designator that interests you. If you want to be an officer, if you have the degree already, if you want to be enlisted, whatever your rating is, you can click on that. It's going to tell you like how long your A school is, where it's at, certifications you can earn while you're in active or reserve or FTS, civilian jobs that it crosses that particular rating, whatever it is that crosses over to the civilian side. It's going to give you all that information. It's a wealth of information. Definitely check it out. Do you have any opinions about CTI? Any of the CT ratings, depending on, it doesn't matter if it's an I, an R, whatever. I mean, more power to you. I know I don't have it in me to be a CT, especially as an I. I do have individuals I know that I served with in Afghanistan that were CTIs. They love it. But it's like anything. It's just what you're comfortable with and what your ability is. I saw a video on here and it looked a little intimidating. You're talking about for the swim portion. I'll have to check that out. Whose channel was it on? Do you know? Was it Navy wide? Beginning of September, hopefully by the time. Yeah, hopefully September. I'm hoping. I have right now planned August. I was supposed to be gone to Michigan in May, and with everything, Michigan's still locked down. I'm hoping in August, September timeframe, things will hopefully lighten up a little bit. Mark's talking about the AG. You can make it get it as an enlisted, yes. I also know some that served on the reserve side, so when they crossed from active to reserve, they did not lose. Because I know sometimes they'll tell you have to cross rate. It depends. Matt, sounds terrifying. I don't even want to search it. Like I said, it's anything to do with any type of swim test. It's a matter of relaxing, being comfortable in the water, and not panicking. When you panic, that's when you're going to have problems. Make sure you're running and a master of the start guide. Yeah, how many of you have the start guide? And I say that because I've had quite a few people contact me in the past week saying that they didn't even know what it was and they had been in depth for a while. Now, I know things are different because of the whole COVID thing, but just wondering. Because I thought about doing some videos covering the start guide and even doing, like, if you guys want a live stream or that to help you guys out. Sounds terrifying. Yes, definitely am. Always studying. Matt's Quizlet is helping me as well. What Quizlet is that? Matt, you didn't share? Any YN questions, reach out. I've got an email. Oh, let me take a screenshot. Whoosh. Awesome. I got your info now. I love to help others. That right there, as a YN, you're going to go far. If you love to help others, and like this, you're already from the get-go reaching out, telling people, hey, take my information. That's good. The music's starting. Oh, yay. I'm all right at swimming. I've been swimming in the ocean since all of our gyms are closed. Just isn't the same like laps in a pool. No, it's cold and it's got sharks. I have to find my headphones. COVID made my boot camp experience very different. I think all of you that are either, just finished boot camp, getting ready to go to boot camp, currently in boot camp, yeah, this is something, definitely sea stories are going to come out of this whole experience. Aaron, are you still on here? I know you're talking about your MREs. Did you rank up in boot camp? Danielle is asking Mr. Ross. Ooh, Kevin's here. When you're put into leadership positions in the reserves, are you working more than just your 1 week in a month? Hell yes. Oh, yes. Especially depending on if you're, E5, you get to be E6, E6, especially as a chief. I was working 40 hours easily and not getting paid. Once again, not to say that everyone's like that. Depends on your command, depends on your NOSC, cross-assigned units. Like I was in charge of OSU, Operational Support Unit, had 1.200 and some sailors. I was the only chief, so of course I'm going to work a lot. Then when other khakis came in, we had more people helping out. That was great to share the workload. But, it's so much of it depends on where you're attached to. But do not count on just doing 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year, regardless of the pay grade, and expect to have a decent evaluation or get promoted. You have to put in the effort. Reserves, you're going to make a lot of sacrifices. You really are. CT is good. It's not AO. Actually, there's a whole video from 3 years ago on the Navy channel called Sub Escape Trainer. Never saw it. I'll have to check it out. Interesting. Take a screenshot of that too. So if anybody hears that, it's their ears. I'm sorry. Since if I write things down, my youngest likes to chew paper. Somehow finds it. Matt says, I have the start guide. Are you studying the start guide? Shared a few times in here. I'll email it to you. CT seems like some big brain stuff. It can be very important, interesting, secretive stuff, secret squirrel type things. But hey, all depends on what interests you. Like I said, for me, I know that I would not excel. I would not have excelled at that. Looking back, I'm asked quite often, what do you wish you would have done? I really wanted to be a PH back in the day, photographer, PH, JO, all those things merged to MC. If I had to do over now, I would have been an MC or what was the other one? I said IS. What I would really love to do, really wish I would have done, was offered to me many, many, many years ago, was NC, Navy counselor, on the counselor side. So I was a career counselor, command career counselor. That's one reason I know a lot of stuff more so than some individuals, but I wish I would have been an NC. I really do. Not everyone is about that. Oh, yes, Mark. Bust on Aaron. Just emailed you my depth Quizlet class. Awesome. That's great that you guys, some of you are in here doing that, creating that study material for yourself and others. Came as an E3. I did not go for a leadership position. Yeah, there's no need to at that point because, why not let someone else have that possibility of maybe, ranking up, not that it's guaranteed. I didn't want to rob the opportunity of someone who came as an E1, but I did assist in areas I can to ensure a strong unity in your division. Very, very well said. Aaron is still on. Hey, cereal tonight, Aaron? Milk first. Oh, wow. We love to see it. Truly amazing. Percy's still here. Good question. Yeah, we worked more than our required weekend. Depends on your rank and our units and your initiative. Yeah, so much with initiative. But that also is going to get you far. If you're really busting your butt, I really rewarded my sailors. If I saw that orders came available and I knew that, they wanted to go on orders, especially this. Okay, say for instance, LS. I had LSs that did the bare minimal. I had other ones that really busted their butt. So when orders became available through a hookup that I had, for instance, to Hawaii, to Japan, who am I going to, think about it. Who am I going to ask? So you're going to go with the hard charger. You're not going to do with the individual who's just doing the bare minimal. So in the long run, it pays off. So your plan 2, I'll help the younger guys, but I want them to rank up. Yeah. It's all about teamwork and helping. I mean, we're all in this together. How do you screenshot stuff? Jeff says, on a Mac, what is it? Command Shift 3. Yeah, I use a Mac. I'm an Apple person for everything. I have like folders and folders of screenshots, and then if I want something, I just go back and look at it instead of having to write it down. AO Life is not for everyone. Nope. That's why there's so many amazing ratings out there and different branches and everything else. It's all dependent. Press their RDCs. Just don't want to be the reason they don't, since I'll be an E3. At least you're coming in, Matt, as an E3. That is great. I was an E2 when I came in. I'm about that aviation Onyx life, though. Yeah. See, electronics, I also know for me, too. When I was torpedo man going through BEE, I had a headache every day. Electronics and I, we don't get along. It hurts my head. And I seem to burn everything out, apparently. Nick says, if I'm already going to go in as an E3, could it still look good to take challenging positions? Well, there's other things you can do. You don't want to be RPOC or AROC or even yeoman, anything like that. I mean, if you still want a leadership, I can't talk tonight, position. I mean, you could be like athletic petty officer, just whatever. And I really wish you guys could hear this music. It's just, but it's also, you don't even have to wear a title to help somebody else out. Especially if you're a little bit older, help mentor and, just lead the junior, younger generation. Lead by example. Aaron says, let's make a bowl. You just woke up. You just woke up. You told me you were out doing errands. Tell me, fuffers. How often did you clean small arms being a GM? Depending on where you're stationed, depending on your, if you're shooting, like when I was over in Kuwait, it was a daily thing just because of the dust and whatever with the PMS and things. Other times, I mean, like on the ship is when you shot the weapons, really. So it so much depends on where you're at. Aaron says, I'm going to make a how to impress your RDCs video. Oh yeah, that'll go over well. Did you feel like you lost out on a lot of time with friends and family? If I have a full-time job, I'd be working Monday through Friday and also be working on my 1 week in a month. I was married to the Navy for 28 years. So looking back now, I would do things differently. Yes, I regret a lot. Doesn't matter active or reserve, because even on reserves, I was constantly on orders. I was always going because things at the time were not as they are now, with having more availability to go back to active. And I missed, and it was my decision, but I missed 28 years of Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays, anniversaries, because I put the Navy first. But yeah, reserve wise, it seemed like anytime there was something I really, really wanted to do, it always happened to be on drill weekend. And a lot of people I'll see on their channels, they'll be like, oh, it's really easy, to change your drill weekends. It's not. Once again, it depends on your NOSC, it depends on your commands, your leadership. But the fact is you're there for the needs of the Navy, not because you have whatever plans. Now, I would have, for instance, I had sailors come to me and they'd be like, Chief, my son has his, his 5th birthday and I really want to be there. I would work it out to like, hey, what time's the party? 1400. Okay, I'm going to cut you out at noon. And I worked it out with them. But yeah, you're going to make sacrifices. That's just what it is. Also cover the test and boot camp. Haley made it here. Haley, are you back to work? Is that why you're like so busy? Having a job will not promote you in boot camp. Just understand that. True. It's not a guarantee. I came in at 27. That explains my mindset on how I went on doing things. Yep. Nick says, I am the younger generation straight out of high school. That's great, though, Nick. Especially if you already know that you're going in. I fought for a little over 4 years before I went in. And it was stupid reasons. I didn't want to cut my hair. I had long hair. I didn't want to be told what to do. Those things that, being younger. And then when I got there, I was like, man, I wish I would have went right out of high school. Aaron says, I cried myself to sleep because Tiffany left me. Will you stop with that? Drew, how's it going? Hey, Drew. How are you doing tonight? It sounds like GM or DC. Once again, though, are you looking at doing one contract to getting out? Possibly, if you like it, staying. I always tell people make a list, pros and cons. Same thing if they're trying to decide between active and reserve, pros and cons. If you guys want, I can make a video like that. M1 service pistol, M1. Look at you. You guys can't hear that, I'm sure. It's just rattling my wall. It's not, my mirror's not rattling yet, though. It's only 2200. That usually comes at 3 in the morning. M1 service pistol, national defense, and honor recruit ribbon. Ooh. Do you recommend having a job that correlates with a civilian job, such as EM, going electrician, or MA? I actually talked about this in one of my first videos. I tell individuals, my opinion, if it was me, no. Reason being is if I'm, like, say, a police officer and I go to the reserves, I have the mindset for me that I would rather do something totally different. Get training, the Navy's going to train you now that you go to A school. That wasn't always the case in the reserves. But, try to have a different type of experience. So, I have a lot of friends that are cops and they came in, they are MAs. Some love it. Some wish they would have done something different. It depends. For me, I say I would have done something else. It sounds like GM is a rating mostly everybody wants, a competitive rating to get. When they say competitive, so much of it, there's only so many quotas, openings for the year. And I haven't talked to my recruiting buddies to know how I'm sure there's a whole system, how they figure out when what is available. But it's a matter of what is available at that time. Just like if you ace the ASVAB, you get that 99 on your AFQT. It doesn't matter whatever rating you may want, it may not be available at MEPS. So that's why the best time to always go to MEPS is right after the fiscal year starts, which is October 1st. How often does the Navy change enlistment bonuses? Do you anticipate new enlistment bonuses given today's social climate? They haven't on their website. I swear it's been 6 months, 9 months since I've noticed a change. So it's not that often. Now, if something happens in the world, another, God forbid, a 9/11 or something, things, they do change, especially if people want to leave the military. Because I know after 9/11 happened, I considered possibly leaving again. I was offered $10,000. That was the only bonus I ever had. And it was because they were trying to keep, all reservists, active and reserves in the service. So they were offering bonuses. Haley, I push 40 hours and a bit. Ooh, overtime. Awesome. Especially with everything going on every week. I have like 47 hours this paycheck. That is awesome. I have someone knocking on my door. Are you kidding me? Hold on, guys. Nope, wrong house.
Is there another 304?
Probably the next building.
7370?
Yeah, next.
All right.
Yeah, this is 60. It'll be the next building.
All right, thank you.
All right. Man, I could have had a free pizza. It's funny. Knock at the door. For those of you that follow me on my Facebook or that know the whole situation with my neighbor, the music stops. But yeah, somebody trying to deliver me a pizza. Wrong building. Where was I? Haley. I'm glad you're getting overtime, Haley, especially just the whole situation financially. That is awesome that they're actually giving you overtime. I'm glad to hear that. Drew Nelson, good. Most of the time, I haven't been getting off until 8 p.m. Days are just, you know that though? I mean, and you know this because, I mean, you went through part of the whole boot camp process, but this is just preparing you for the long days of the military. Because I always think it's funny when civilians will be talking about long days, and then those of us that, especially like if you're in Afghanistan, Iraq, and you're working 7 days a week, no days off, or very little downtime, and you're working 15 to 18 hours days. I mean, there's times in Kuwait, I was working 20-hour days, day in and day out. It was crazy. So when you come back to the civilian side, it's like, 12-hour shift, 15-hour shift, that's nothing. Danielle, did you ever go to Europe? Did I go to Europe? I know you mentioned where you've been to, but I have memory span of a fish. I've been all over Europe. Made 3 cruises on my ship to Europe, and yeah, I've been all over Europe. Aaron, you should make a video going into more detail on the awards and how to get them. It's a good idea, Nick. I just want to say one thing about that, and I don't mean this in a bad way. This is something, and I've talked to Aaron about it. For those of you that are not aware, I mentor Aaron. I'm seeing on a lot of channels questions that are addressed to individuals on a level that, and I understand the person who's asking the question does not know, I'm trying to say, they are not aware of the different learning levels. And so somebody like right out of boot camp, now Aaron, a little bit different because I mentor him, he asks me questions, I guide him, look at this instruction, look at this website, things of that nature. But so many individuals do not have that knowledge or that mentorship. So you're asking somebody, and I'm not saying necessarily Nick, but in general, I'm seeing a lot of people asking questions to somebody who they probably don't even know like what they're referring to or like where they would look. It probably didn't come out right. How much do reservists make as an E1? It's funny too, because I was just talking about this today to somebody. I spend most of my days with emails and chats answering questions. It was, if you look it up, and I have it on my phone saved, if you were to look up 2020, maybe you can just say reserve because it's all the same. 2020 military reserve pay. And it'll show you, and it was only like an E1, it was somewhere like $160-ish. But even that, you have to take out your taxes, you have to take out your SGLI, life insurance, you have to take out that stuff. So it's not a lot of money. It's equivalent to 4 days of active duty pay is what it is. Jeff says, I used a .308 caliber rifle when I did DETS in Qatar. I love Qatar. Airfield security ops. You need to start running more. I need to start running, walking. It's been raining here every day. It's crazy. At least my vehicle's getting a free wash every day. Going reserve after being out from active for 10 years. How does advancement differ from active duty? Same process. Everything's the same. Different quotas. There's a few ratings that are not on the reserve side. But yeah, evaluations, your educational, your awards, it's all the same. You can take a test different. So instead of March and September for active, you're taking it in February and August for the reserves. Are you coming in at the same pay grade, or are they going to bump you down, which I know they like to do? Drew says, same here, getting 100 plus hours this week. What the heck do you do, Drew? A couple of years ago, I was in DEP with the Army, but I got cold feet and dropped out of DEP. Do you think this hurt your chances? I mean, if you left on good terms, no. I actually was going to join the Army. I took my ASVAB with the Army. I did everything, and then I don't know, something just didn't sit right. And the guy kept coming to my house, knocking on the door, and I finally had to sick my dad on him. Leave me alone. I want to go Navy. Should have took the pizza. You know what? I actually, in Chick-fil-A, the neighbor next building, this one, especially during the quarantine when it first started, literally every night for 4 weeks straight, 7 days a week, there was food coming to my door. And I finally told them, I was like, look, is it already paid for? And I was joking, of course, but I was like, is it already paid for? Yes. I was like, I'm going to start taking this food. But the Chick-fil-A, that one there was tempting. Chief, get a noise complaint for YouTubing too loud. That's what I was thinking. I was like, what's going on? But I do think it was funny he stopped the music. For those of you that are not familiar with this whole situation, I have a very inconsiderate 25-year-old neighbor who loves to play rave music all night long. And sometimes it's earlier, like one time it started at 7:05 in the morning. Once again, document. But he put a Ring camera on his front door. So when I called the police, anyone comes to the front door, the music goes off. So I'm kind of like in a situation to where I'm screwed. It's been going on for months and I'm not getting proper sleep. Anyways, Mr. Rivera's good night. Good night. Going to get studying. That's good. That was fun. I had planned to tune into your live. Daniel, make sure definitely you stay in touch with him. Definitely. Kevin agrees. Should took the pizza. I should have at least asked what was on it, right? Any tips for recruits joining the Navy? Older, 24 plus. 24. That's a baby. Nah, that's the perfect age. Mid-20s, all the way, like I've said, up until your 30s. You have some life experience. It's going to carry over. You can appreciate things, not everybody, but in general, you appreciate things a little bit more because you know how things work on the civilian side and the sacrifices you may have to make. So, what kind of workouts do they do in basic? I know Aaron on his channel. Those of you watching, if you're not subscribed to USN, Aaron Pereira, Aaron, he actually was. I think, what'd you do, Aaron? Make a video about like what to do now during the quarantine to prep. So, but yeah, unfortunately, there's no obstacle course. I was disappointed when I saw that there was none. But Aaron does say, Nick, he's making a video on that. You have to send me, Aaron, a text to let me know what your status is. You know what I'm talking about. Haley says, I'm getting overtime because we are at limited capacity for employees, so we don't have people to replace us during the week. Take it, nothing good like that lasts forever. So all that you can possibly do, overtime, take it. Take the money and run, especially, with your whole situation, trying to get back in. I hope that everything there works out. All right, where'd we go? It skipped on me. Drew says, I've been working 15-hour days for years. You guess you're ready? Yeah, mean nothing for you. Danielle, did you enjoy it? What place did you enjoy the most? You're talking about going over to Europe? All over Italy, all over France, Spain. Never made it to, really wanted to go to Greece, never went to Greece. Went to Turkey. Turkey was beautiful. I liked Paris. I never made it to the church. Was it Notre Dame that burned? I wish I would have done that. But I mean, that whole area. I love Europe. Just, it's beautiful. Definitely, though, even though MWR has tours, that's great. But I always say to try go off the beaten path. Going to get your best deals for and see a lot of amazing things. That's what I always did. Aaron says, blessed to have Chief. Yeah, I know you were upset with me earlier today. I probably came across a little harsh, but I knew you'd get over it. Per my request, or was that already the plan? I keep telling Aaron he needs to have his book and be writing stuff down because he has a lot of great ideas when we're talking and he forgets. Make sure you write it down, Aaron. And no, if you ask a person who doesn't have all the facts, then you could be getting bad information. True, but it goes back to you don't know if you don't know. So if you don't know, you don't know. That makes sense. I had a Master Chief tell me that one time. Yeah, so I just see a lot of individuals, they just assume because you're in, the Navy or you're in the Air Force or whatever branch that they can just ask you all these questions, not understanding that certain individuals per pay grade have different knowledge or experience. Drew says, how do you become a permanent recruiter? You convert to NC. Great gig. I know a lot of NCs, but there's two NCs. There's an NCC. There's an NC that is the recruiter, and then there's an NC that is the counselor, which I would have wanted to be the counselor. Yeah, there's a whole, I thought about doing a video about that. I may still do that. There's a whole process. Permanent shore duty. So catch is you have to do your first contract, whatever rating. If you are accepted to be an NC, you never leave the United States. So all those questions people ask about like, hey, I really want to join the Navy, but I don't want to go on a ship, which just baffles me. Or I really want to join the Navy, but I don't want to go overseas, like with the reserves. I want to join the reserves, but best rating, only rating where you'll never leave the United States. Can't say that because I know Master Chief that went to Japan recently, but I'm talking about as far as getting stationed. She was just traveling there, but NC, permanent shore duty. Do the Navy Reserve put you in a hotel if you live 2 hours away under a weekend? Yes, if you're more than 50 miles away, they will pay for your hotel. And like, for instance, when I used to drive up to Orlando, I'm in the Fort Lauderdale area, and drive up to Orlando, I would get there on a Friday night. Don't start, please. Baby, come on. Here, snack. Will you leave mommy alone for a moment? There you go. I would drive up to Orlando. I would get in. They would have a brown bag. They would actually have a public sub, which subs from Publix are, I think, amazing. A public sub, you'd have an apple, a bag of chips, and a bottle of water. That'd be Friday night. Check into your room. That morning, they put us up at the Marriott. We had breakfast. Navy paid for it. They pay for your lunch quite often, depending on your unit. Sometimes we would all go out together. You'd pay for that at like a restaurant, but otherwise you eat at the drill hall or whatever. Navy pays for it. Sometimes the food is amazing, hit or miss, but yeah, hotel, all that, they pay for everything. We skipped up again. Yeah, so if you live 49 miles away, you want to cross the street because you got to be 50 or more. Recruiter is trying to see if my work experience qualifies for the program that would actually bring me in one pay grade higher. That would be awesome. Is it something, what, like CB type, electronic type? What is it? Why does this keep jumping me? Stop. Trying to see. Aaron said, Drew, you have to be first class to get the recruiter billet and kill it. And then you can put in for your rate and CR. Listen to you go. That's only because you did some recruiting duty. But I'll just leave it there. Just asked to join this rave party, Chief. No. You know, it's just sad that individuals are so inconsiderate because I've talked to him nicely. His name is also Aaron. It's got to be a joke because Aaron that I mentor on here is also 25. But I was like, Aaron, you know, would you please, you know, not play the music? Then it got to, you know, city ordinance, just one thing after another. And then, I mean, he denies playing it. And it's gotten bad to where now, supposedly he was supposed to move out the end of May. Now he's moving out the end of June. Who knows? But it's just gotten worse, and it's intentional. But I don't understand why people are like that. I really don't. Workouts to help prepare you for boot camp video I did. Yeah, I love your little ta-da in your video. Danielle, if you get any resources for A school before July 6th, please share. Oh, definitely. You guys are going to be like lifelong friends. I think that's great. That's one of the beautiful things here about the internet and YouTube and, you know, the Facebook and Instagram pages I've seen, just how you guys all connect. So, I mean, that's something that I really wish I would have had. Kevin says, how rare is it to get into a C school while in the reserves, and would your NOS have to pony up the cash? NOS pays for the Navy, okay? Active and reserve, two different components, two different checkbooks per se. Navy pays for everything. So they're going to pay for your hotel, you know, your airfare, your rental car, you know, you're getting paid. They pay for everything. As far as C school, depends on your rate, your rating, depends on the command you're attached to. Like, say, for instance, gunner's mate. And I was like, okay, you know, I want to be a SAMI. I want to be a 0812 NEC. I want to be a SAMI. You can't just say, like, just because you're a gunner's mate, you're going to go. You have to have justification. You have to be attached to a unit that requires that billet, that NEC. If that's the case, you can go to a ton of C schools. Gunner's mate, MAs, ton of C schools. I mean, I've seen it with all the ratings, but the big ones are GM, MA, all the CB ratings. I've seen a ton there. Yeah, IS, another one, all the CT ratings. Definitely take advantage of all that. Cassie mentioned best time to go to MEPS is October. I'll be going next week just for the test and medical. That way I'm ready to choose rate, faster process. Well, you know what? That's great. Who knows? I mean, who knows active or reserve, FTS, any of that? Like I said, what is happening today, change in a week. Like I said, make a list of the jobs that interest you. Have more than one. You know, people say have 3. I like to say have 5, in case you have to pick, because recruiter doesn't even know what's available. Not until you get to MEPS and the Navy liaison actually shows you the sheet, what's available. So do burpees and you're squared away. I hate burpees. I don't like the up and down movement. I have very low blood pressure, so I get very dizzy. Chief, they say no news is good news, but I don't know. Yeah. You worry too much, though. You really do. Because with that whole situation, if it was really serious, you would know. Construction for a living. Doing it for about 7 years, but I also work as a line cook and have done it for about 10 years. Construction, especially, I know a lot of individuals that have come in because of their experience. If you come in as like a CB rating, higher pay grade, things of that nature. Yeah, definitely. Also, like if you're an electrician, so like an EM, if you come in as an ET, AT, things of that nature. I have a few rates that if you want, just in case. Mark agrees. Wouldn't hurt to sign in earlier. Yeah, but just make sure you're not jumping the gun. Make sure it's something you really want to do. Don't feel pressured. Okay, because I know sometimes, not all, but sometimes individuals, they feel pressured to do something. Do what's right for you. Go with your gut instinct. Any advice? Ooh, we jumped again. Start whacking my head against the wall. Matt says he'd like to be an NC or an LN. It's funny because not many people talk about LN. I don't think a lot of people are aware of it. And Drew says you only know what you know. That's true. Randall Smith. Is this Senior Chief Randall Smith? Any advice for being a nuke? I only say that Senior Chief because of the picture you had. I think I might have jumped some because where did I leave off? I definitely need to get on y'all's level. I get bored working at my job for longer than 5 hours. Hopefully in the Navy, I will love what I do and not mind working long hours. You know what? It's true. I love what you do. Never work a day in your life. But yeah, like I said, if you're not really sure about the different jobs, different ratings available, definitely check out the Navy Cool. Sorry if I jumped and missed anybody's because my screen is like moving here. Thanks for advance. Are you? Cassie's talking to Mark about being in the Navy. No, I'm shipping out in August. His AV rate. What happens if English is second language? That is quite common. I've actually had some individuals ask me if I would do like a video, and I actually had it all planned out to have my buddies that were from Venezuela, the DR, Cuba, Colombia, like thick accents. And I was going to do a video about that, but then the quarantine happened. But yeah, I mean, there's many people that serve where English is their second language. And, if you don't understand something when it's being explained to you, regardless if it's in boot camp, A school, out in the fleet at your command, just matter reserve, active duty, whatever it is, just ask, to have it be explained again. I know for me, it took a while, but now when I hear different dialects, I can pick up on when the person's talking. And I mean, I don't have a problem if somebody has a thick accent, but I know some individuals, they have an issue understanding, but I probably didn't answer your question. I'm being a little distracted here. I'm sorry. The music is like, I'm gonna get a migraine here. NCs still get stationed in territories, don't they? Are you talking about like where? I actually had a home map. I don't think I made that in a video of where they get stationed. But like, it's not territory, but like you're referring to like Puerto Rico and all, because to me, when I was stationed down at Rosie Roads, I would take that duty in a heartbeat as a recruiter. They actually had one of the returning warrior workshops down there. I tried so hard to go. Recruiter told me I do not need to sign job at all when you go to MEPS, since it just be one verified test. Okay. Yeah, there's some changes that have been happening and will be happening. Just stay tuned for that, Navy-wise, with recruiting and all. Like I said, for those that are just tuning in, so many of the reserve contracts, I was talking to a bunch of reservists today, their contracts all got canceled right now until they have to go back come the new fiscal year in October. And it's all to do with the virus. Why is this jumping? Okay, the question, because it's moving up and down, it says PR rate. All right, I work occupational safety and health, a lot of PPE. True. I guess I'll see. I will cross rating from ABH to PR. Yeah, but ABH, that's good because ABH is like next to impossible. I'm sure you're aware to advance, even on the reserve side. Been doing CrossFit to lose some weight, push yourself hard so you get to pass out before quit. I love CrossFit. I was doing CrossFit for, when was it? 2015, 16, up into 17. And I was having a lot of problems with my back and I wasn't sure why. And then I come to find out that I had actually had some fractures in it. Navy related. Once again, I'm sorry if I'm missing any questions, but my screen's bouncing up and down for whatever reason, or maybe it's going to the music next door. Competitive can boot camp be, and what can I do to get a leg up on other people coming in? Team effort. I mean, Nick, are you referring to as far as studying and all? Because like your start guide. I know Aaron's got some great videos all about like the 11 general orders, of course, know your sailor's creed, things like that, but just study your start guide, and just, be a team player, help out. It'll go a long way. Is it true you can only go to MEPS once? I know people that got to MEPS multiple times. I mean, they've gone back for different things. So what are you referring to exactly? Haley says to Mike, extremely difficult. I have a 2-year A school and a lot of people fail out. Oh, you're talking about nuke. But they do have a great reenlistment bonus. Yes, a lot of people talk about that. It's just like a lot of people talk about, let's go officer. Generally because of the money. I mean, this is just my 2 cents. Life isn't about money. You got to do what makes you happy. If you're always chasing the money, you may hate your job. And I'm once again talking from experience because like I had a business at one point in time and I was like, it's not about the money. You got to love what you do. Because if you love what you do, life is just so much easier. Get up, you go to work, especially like in the military. I didn't care if I was working an 18-hour day because of, if I was going on a gun shoot or, like I said, coming back and, cleaning the guns or going out on the boats for, the Coastal Riverine at the time it was called Inshore Boat Unit. You're going out on the boats and you're shooting and, you're having fun. So, Randall Smith, no, just enlisted a couple months ago. I go to boot camp August 12th. Awesome. Are you excited? Are you prepared, Randall? Are you prepared? Navy boot camp open back up. It never closed. Boot camp never closed. Just a lot of adjustments with quarantine. They had quarantine for a week before you started boot camp at RTC, and then March. It's been quite a while. I don't know. Days like just blend into one another. They've been 2-week quarantine at a hotel, off-site, do your quarantine, then you come to boot camp. There's a lot of changes, and it's constantly changing because, and I know people personally that somebody in their division, in their company, even after being quarantined, they're going through training, 3rd, 4th week, actually just happened within the past week. The division was going to graduate the next day. Somebody tested positive. So the entire division got 2 more weeks quarantine. So it's, like I said, it's constantly changing. It's all crazy, the whole situation. Stupid. Mark says, depends on the individual. To Mike, he picked up AV over the nuke program. Now, I don't, myself, I could be as a nuke or in the AV program, I would take AV over nuke. That's just me. If you get through the whole 18 months or so of school, you have a bright future ahead of her. The college credit equivalent, I mean, all that, you know, if you decide to get out after your enlistment, both of those are setting you up for great civilian jobs, along with, you know, the college credits that you earn. Once again, Navy Cool. Check it out. Would it matter harder to be a recruiter if English is a second language? No. I have a lot of buddies that English is their second language, you know, that are, once again, you know, from the DR or wherever. I mean, a lot. And now they're recruiters, especially too, depending on where you're stationed. Like down here in South Florida, you want someone who English is based, in my opinion, second language, just because of all the individuals you're talking to. Would it matter hard? Okay, I did that one. Chief, I need some food recommendations here. I'm going to try L&L tomorrow. What's L&L? Is that off base or something? That doesn't sound familiar. Must be new since I live there. Aaron, pork. See, Matt knows what it is. What is L&L? I know my chief recruiter was a foreigner. We are one big melting pot, and it just jumped again. And all I see is flashing through is Matt talking about some type of chicken. Making me hungry. Percy's still here. Person who asked about English second language, feel free to contact me. Yes, that's what Percy. He's retired EM1, lives down here in South Florida with me. We served together for many years. He actually does that on the civilian side as a teacher. Randall says English as a third language. I wish I was multi-languaged. Which ASVAB book is the best to study for the Navy? Depends on individuals. I know a lot of individuals love the ASVAB for Dummies. If you don't have one, you can email me. Hopefully, the information is, I'm hoping, let me check. Yeah, I looked, I don't see it. Hopefully it is showing in my down below. Otherwise, I have it on all my videos. You can email me. I'll send you a free copy, ASVAB for Dummies, 2018-19 version if you want. I also have math exams and some other study materials for anyone that wants it. Anything to save you guys some money. I have a bunch of certs from when you went to the chemical factory. Do you think it will help DC rank up? Not necessarily rank up, but I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, it would give you the knowledge as far as, you know, knowing that over what other individuals may know. I know a lot of DCs, though, that got out and did some great stuff on the civilian side. After some of them, you know, like did one contract, some did two, and they got out. Aaron says he just had an amazing video idea. Okay. Make sure you write it down, Aaron, because you know you'll forget it. If you liked collard greens, maybe try, ooh, what is this? Did you answer me? What is this L&L you're talking about? Cooking with Chief. Attempt to cook dishes. Chief comes out of nowhere and basically gives me Chief's mess while I'm trying to cook, like a military Hell's Kitchen. Oh, that would be funny. That would be funny. There was this one Master Chief. Oh, every year for the Chiefs season. He made this, I don't even remember what it was called. He was Puerto Rican. There was this type of chicken meal that he made, and just melted in my mouth. I loved it. Mark, yes, I have a lot of, actually, Casey likes OS, AG, CT, or IT. Wow, you're all over the place. RP, maybe even MD. Diver would be awesome. I would have loved, I actually wanted to be a diver, but when I entered the Navy, I wore glasses and that was a no-go. And then I developed bad sinus issues, so it was definitely a no-go. Is it true you can only go to MEPS to choose your rating? Yes, because you're going to meet with the Navy liaison, and they'll go over whatever's available at that time. Once again, like I said, you can score for a particular rating you really want, but if it's not available, it can't be offered to you. Which is then a question a lot of people ask me. I felt forced to take another job because for whatever reason, they don't want you to come back. You have to look at, recruiters are spending tons of hours, especially, getting the paperwork and all the process of you going to MEPS. I mean, that's their job, is to get you to MEPS, because they're doing a lot of paperwork behind the scenes, spending hours and hours that people are not aware of. That's why I say to have 3 or 5 different backups. And we're jumping again with the messages. Boop, 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 boop. GMC, what are the best commands in Florida for MA reservists traveling wise? Also, PR, active duty. If anyone has any questions about the PR rating, awesome. That's what I'm talking about. For reservist commands, I've been West Palm Beach. They had an amazing Master Chief. She actually just went up to Jacksonville on the reserve side. She took 3-year orders up there, doing other great things. But like out of West Palm Beach, they go to AWTEC in the Bahamas for their 2 weeks. That's basically where they all go. Like Miami, you go to Key West. Everyone has their own area. I mean, they're all great in their own ways. It just depends, like anything, at that particular time you're attached. Leadership for the command, can make it or break it for when you're there. Good thing about MAs, though, I've helped quite a few go active duty that want to go active duty. That's one of the ratings that seems like they're always, at least recently, looking. Things like you have the presidential inauguration coming up, hopefully, because with COVID, who knows what's going on. In the past, I've had sailors from West Palm Beach, Miami, all over, like down here, go on orders, because actually the Master Chief, who out of West Palm, she was a chief and then a senior chief at the time. She was in charge of setting up the reserves security for the whole presidential inauguration. Some individuals went up for just doing their 2 weeks. Not all MAs. Some I had individuals that were ATs and just different ratings. They were like doing driving, different dignitaries around. If you were multilingual, that was even better. I had a couple sailors that went up there, and then they found out, the command up there found out that these 2 females that I served with, they did Navy funerals. They were like, great, you know how to fold the flag. So they were doing flags for a couple days. But some of them were up there for 2 weeks, some for 2 months, some were up there for 4 months. But just the idea is like MA, you got so many great, for those that are MAs or want to go MA on the reserve side, you have a lot of great opportunities, especially mobilizations. Randall says, I'm definitely excited. I've been watching Aaron's videos, and it's definitely helping you out. Awesome. Are reservists eligible for TA? Yes and no. Reserve side per se, no. You have to be mobilized. You have to be on orders for 120 days or more. And say 130 days, and you have to apply. You have to have 2 years also in the reserves. And this stuff changes periodically. but that's what it currently is. So say, for instance, you're coming in, or for instance, let me back it up a minute. For instance, my last mobilization, this happened. We were supposed to be for a whole year over in the Afghanistan area, and individuals were like, oh, great, going to sign up for college. We ended up getting our orders cut short to 9 months. So some of those individuals were like in the middle of the semester. You have to be on orders to finish out the school. So that's probably more than you wanted to know, but you have to be on active duty orders. The reserves themselves, they do not have TA. Drew says, Russian is my first. Ooh, I had a couple sailors that spoke Russian first. I wish. That's a hard language for me. Then again, English is difficult for me at times. Nick says, how to deal with barely getting any sleep. You know what? When I was in Afghanistan, Kuwait, Iraq, didn't matter where, but especially this last time in Afghanistan, it got to be a joke. My sailors, we'd be having incoming fire, mortars, things going, exploding. I slept through it. In the beginning, no. Over time, I adjusted. I slept through it. My sailors would literally, because they were all males, they would come into the female barracks because everybody else was out in the bunkers, and they're like, Chief. And I'd be like, sleeping. And they're like, take cover does not mean cover your head with a blanket. And it got to be a joke. And I was just like, I was so exhausted from not sleeping. Then when I came back, like so many individuals came back to the States, it took me almost 3, closer to 4 years to get my sleep right. And then this started. I went home to Michigan last July, see my parents. I came back. This individual moved in. I don't know if this is what you're talking about or if you're talking about in general, but now my sleep doctor at the VA is like, but it's music. I'm like, I guess it's the type of music, because like I said, it's that rave music to where even when I put the headphones on, because I've used like my ear protection from going to the gun range, I still feel it. So it's even upsetting my male cat. He normally would like just hide under the bed, but he's been running up to me lately, shaking, crying, growling. When this individual like leaves his house, he growls at the door. So yeah, that's probably not what you were referring to, but Hawaiian fast food change, the L and L. I've never heard of that. Pretty sure we don't have one down here. I'll have to check it out when I go up to Norfolk. Sorry, you probably have answered this already. No problem. I don't mind repeating myself. Reservists eligible for the same enlistment bonuses, educational as active enlisted. Active duty, reserves, 2 different worlds, 2 different checkbooks, 2 different quotas for advancement, numbers for members entering. As far as enlisting, bonuses, everything's different, totally different, and always updating, always changing. Matt says not authentic, but it gets the job done. Yeah, well, that's right, Matt, because you live in Hawaii. So I got to make it out there one day. It's a pretty good list. Indy would indeed be awesome. Any CT rating in particular, or just any? Depends on, are you somebody who's great at languages? Are you looking more at networking side? I mean, that's, once again, you have to like really look at different type of CT ratings. For me, I would have loved diver. I love the water. And that to me just would have been awesome, to be able to get paid to dive, to weld under the water, to just do all kinds of awesome things. I feel like the reserves will be better gig. I didn't like active duty. You weren't being paid overtime. Yes, but Kevin, once again, like I was saying, to succeed in the reserves, you're going to have to put in a lot of free time. So it's kind of like that overtime, you're not getting paid. If you have a good command, a good chief taking care of you, it'll pay off in the long run as far as that. And then studying for your advancement, get good evaluations, things of that nature, so you can make rank. Then you can help your sailors, because all about making chief, it's helping sailors. But yeah, it's like anything. It's what you make of it. And Daniel's talking about food too. You look at. Are you looking online at this stuff? How bad is the AM rating? You say bad. I have a lot of people that I started with that loved being an AM. Other ones that did not. Personal preference. I know, like on the reserve side, they've had quite a few that they've been looking for to go overseas. Some good orders. Um, 100 times better than Auntie's. Oh, Matt's talking about food again. Are there any good YouTube channels that will help prepare people for the ASVAB? There is one individual. Subscribe to his channel. I'll have to email me and I can send you his information. He's actually also, he's got a few videos, but he also has a Facebook page. And I know for some stuff he charges. I don't know what he charges, but I'll have to check to see, like I said, what videos he's put up recently. But he's had some stuff that really makes sense. As far as to preparing for ASVAB, are you referring more to math or taking the test in general? What exactly are you referring to? I'm going to skip all these food questions because you guys are making me hungry. Can't you have corrective vision surgery if a preferred job requires it? You're talking about once you're in? Once you're in, you can apply for it. I have a couple sailors that they were MAs, they went from reserves to active duty. They're active now, and they had the Navy pay for their the corrective surgery. I myself had corrective surgery back in 2006. Yeah, it was 2006 because in January 2007, I was going to Iraq. I had the surgery, and it was great for about 3 months. And I had stigmatism in both my eyes. That is still gone. But after that 3-month period, my eyes went from 2015 to now they're worse than they were originally, to where now I need reading glasses and other things. And I'm one of the 1% that after the 1 year of the healing process, I see permanent halos like at night. So like night vision and everything has been affected. Once again, probably too much overshare, but did I answer your question? I could imagine G's stomach growled thinking about it. Talking about the food again? Going to West Palm Beach on Friday. Danielle is? Really? Whereabouts? I was just up there the other day getting my Culver's. For those that have never had a Culver burger, Culver's is good. Food is definitely top 3 things that you will miss from Pearl Harbor. Yes, but just think of all the other amazing food. That you're going to. Your brother outside? Forgot I left the patio door cracked. Yeah, you can see all kinds of great food, especially like when you go overseas and stuff. Yeah. Drew says, does the Navy have infantry like rates? Would GN be the closest thing? Infantry per se, no. As far as like playing with guns and stuff, gunner's mate, yes. Some MAs, I know a lot of MAs that, like I said, have the small arms instructor, the crew serve weapon instructor, have a lot of the different GM, NECs, AO's another one. Do you recommend if the rates that are being offered to you at MEPS aren't the rates that you should take? Wait, see, but this is what I was kind of saying before, and I probably didn't finish that thought, which is, once again, I'm sorry if I seem like kind of out of it at times. It's lack of sleep. Depends on your recruiter, depends on where you're at. Some recruiters I know personally, they understand and they will work with you to go back. Other ones, they're like, no, you're going to, they kind of individuals feel like they're being forced. Because like I said, the recruiter's job is just to get you to MEPS, and their job technically is done. as far as like with the paperwork and stuff, because they are not the ones at MEPS dealing with the rating. That's the liaison. A lot of that, though, too, depends on like if you have those 3 or 5 jobs, are none of those ratings on your sheet? So, you got to kind of look at all that. I definitely myself, if the only thing being offered to me was like I have interest in nothing, I wouldn't sign, and I would deal with the consequences depending on if that means I may have to wait a few months or whatever. Especially now too with the whole COVID-19, things are just totally different, completely different. Drew, did I answer your question there? Haley says to Drew, I think it would be the Seabees. Infantry, in a sense, I could say yes, as far as, because the Seabees, they also do a lot of shooting. Like I said, they also get the small arms instructor, certain ratings and all in the Seabees, living a lot in the tents. So in a sense, maybe. Yeah, both. I'm thinking active and reserve because of the whole, with the battalion and everything. But a lot of individuals, that's why I'm asking too, like more clarity as far as infantry. You're talking more of just weapons or what? You don't want to be stuck with something you hate. And that's just it. Like I said, then you're going to go in 4 years or 5, whatever your contract is, and you're going to be miserable. And it's going to be a long 4 or 5 years. Here we go, jumping up and down again. Kate says, I'm really all over the place. Yeah. So, have that list, see what's available, take it from there. I went to MEPS in November 2019. They didn't offer me a job. Then they told me to pick Seaman Pack. I waited and got a job I really liked in early February. Yeah, especially if I know a lot of individuals, they're offered the pack, whether it be seaman, airman, whatever, just because they want to go. Understand, some people it works out great for. I know more, probably like a 60-40, maybe 65-35, where it doesn't work out so well, and then they get out. Look into the rates after verify test, medical at MEPS next week. Recruiter told me not to look beforehand based off PCUT. They said I qualify for everything, so we'll see. Casey, I don't know if I had asked you this. Where are you state-wise and all? Where are you at? Don't settle for something you don't want. It's your career. That's just it. I said you don't want to be miserable, because I know too many individuals I served with that hated, whatever the rating was that they had. Yeah, they hated the decision, that they felt like they were forced into it, and then they had a long, miserable career. CS, is it good? If you love to cook, it is. I know for me, I would be eating everything that I'm making, because I do a lot of from scratch, like, baking and cooking and stuff. And I probably would have enjoyed it. That's something I would have enjoyed. CSs do not stand regular duty. Like, for instance, on a ship, you got your quarterdeck watch and things of that nature. You have different types of duty. Gunner's mate, you have the, duty armor, duty gunner's mate, things of that nature. Cooks work really long hours. They don't like work in the scullery doing dishes, things like that. That's your FSAs. That's what Aaron's going to be doing here when he gets to his ship. But yeah, we had this one guy. He had certain days, not always, because you have to follow, the Navy in their recipes. We had this one guy. He had his grandma's fried chicken homemade recipe. Oh, I wish I would have had that recipe. The seasoning was to die for. People literally, he would have it like during the weekday, like a Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever. When people would find out it wasn't just fried chicken, but it was so-and-so's fried chicken, and he was making his recipe, they would literally call their spouse and say, I won't be home for dinner. I just thought that was funny. They would stay on the ship to eat it. It was so good. You won't have much time. If you look at them, liaison would tell you a little bit about them. Yeah, that's why I say, find out, really look at the different ratings that interest you and look at Navy Cool. If you guys have any questions, feel free to, email me, ask me, and, to help kind of guide you guys, because then when, like you said, when you see them on your list, you're not going to have a lot of time. I mean, I don't remember so many years ago. I don't remember how much time I had, but it wasn't much. It felt like maybe 30 seconds to a minute, if that. I mean, it was pick. So, and I was like, oh, what's TM? Oh, that's with weapons, guns. You're going to build torpedoes. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. Would have picked something else if I had to do it over. Drew says, good to know there's a risk. It's different for me. I've done all the research well before. Talked to recruiters. CTT was one of, I didn't qualify. Yeah, and like you were saying about IS, they're dual citizenship. I actually know an individual, he had to renounce one of his citizenships over in Greece. I think it was Greece, for him to pick up IS. Got to do your homework. You really do. Because you don't want to find out after the fact, like, oh, it's not what I really wanted. I really would have wanted, especially like say like aviation, you don't know there's ET and EM and IC and, AT and AE and, have an idea. Daniel says, yes, I'm staying for a week. Green Acres area. Ooh, Green Acres. It's up by the reserve, the West Palm Beach Reserve Center area. It's a nice area. AV was my second choice. Not the prettiest area. Staying with your cousin. No, but hopefully it won't have a lot of rain up there. I don't know about West Palm area, but down here it's been raining every day nonstop. Recruiter basically told me just to pick a rate and go. Yeah, sometimes I've heard that. I remember my roommate's recruiter called her saying if she didn't pick a job, she wasn't going to help her after because it'll mean she's treating the Navy as a joke. I sat there listening like, what? Okay, this is something you guys have to understand too. I know I've talked to Aaron about this. You have two types of recruiters. You have the NC, which is a recruiter, that's an actual rating. And then you have individuals, like for instance, Aaron on his ladder. I talked about ladder. No, I did on the live stream. I didn't make the video yet. Actually, I made the video, I didn't edit it yet, and it's probably on that hard drive that crashed. But on the ladder, you're not always going to work, like for instance, Aaron, he's not always going to work on an aircraft carrier. Shore duty, he can become an RDC, depending on the pay grade. On his ladder, it'll tell you where. He can become a recruiter, things of that nature. So you're going to have individuals that are filling just their 3 years or whatever, their shore duty billet. Say, for instance, they're an EM or ET or whatever. They're filling it as a recruiter, and then you have an NC who that's what they do day in and day out. They are a recruiter. So, I say that only because from my experience, from when I was still serving, and from what I've seen, that's the type of person depends on how far they're going to go above and beyond to help you. You got to advocate for yourself and what you want. That's just it. Like I said, it may make some people mad, but it's your life. It's your career. And you don't want to go back and say, well, I wish I would have whatever. I wish I would have said something, or I wish, whatever it is. Have that list and stick to it, because you're gonna make people angry regardless throughout your career. Drew says just one to shoot guns, like the machine gun, the mod deuce. Playing with guns is what I'm looking for. Like I said, gunner's mate, of course. Like a lot of MAs, depending on the command, because generally, yes, when you start out, you're, at the gate checking ID cards and stuff. But if you go not just MA, there's also GM and different ratings for like the Coastal Riverine. There's different units, but if you're really interested in weapons, guns like that, I would definitely say gunner's mate then. Definitely. What's up with the quarantine in boot camp? What's up? They're still hanging out at the hotel, and like I said, people that if somebody's positive within their company, their division, they're getting quarantined again. So everything's day to day, week to week, to see if there's any changes or that. But so far, nothing's changed. Extra money. It's good for reservists. And I say that because every day of active duty is a retirement point, which is good, especially for your GI Bill. That's another whole topic, but Aaron's talking about good old FSA. Where as one recruiter, but I want to work with a different one. Advice for finding a different one. Okay. Depending on where you're at, this is something I see a lot of people, they'll say like, oh, for whatever reason, that recruiter, just go talk to another recruiter. Understand, recruiting districts. It's not just that recruiting that building. It's a recruiting district. So for instance, down here, recruiting district Miami, NRD Miami, south of Orlando, all the way down through Miami. It's a lot of area. So everybody knows everybody. And even as an NC, they still know everybody. So you can make a lot of people angry, I guess I'm trying to say. Try to work with that recruiter, and if not, case-by-case basis as to if you talk to somebody else in that recruiting building or wherever. To me, I'm big on, you got to have that connection. And I know a lot of people think that sounds silly, going to like a recruiting office, but you want to make sure that you feel like you're being heard. And I don't know, that's just my opinion. Patrick says, hey there, thanks for answering our questions. Your channel is so helpful. Thank you, Patrick. I'm thinking about joining as a reservist, as a UT or BU CB. What are the chances of getting deployed? Do you want to be deployed? Constantly on the reserve side, I've seen orders, because I still have a lot of buddies that are CBs and stuff. A lot of CB ratings, they're asking. Now, it's mobilized on the reserve side because you're mobilizing from a reserve status to an active status. So a lot of people don't understand. It's a whole process going from reserve to active. Generally, they look for volunteers, and you can change your what they call your mass code. So volunteers are going to go first, unless you're like attached to the battalion, and that battalion goes. Down here in Miami, I think the battalion went like twice in 12-ish years where they were voluntold. But even then, the battalion's so large, they don't take everybody. So it's kind of like, hey, you want to go, you want to go, you don't want to go. You want to go, you don't want to go, okay. Or they also get individuals from other units, other battalions. That's what I did for like with the Mesron. I wasn't attached to a Mesron, but I wanted to go, and it was out of New York. There was a Mesron up there, and they were like, hey, we're looking for gunner's mates. I volunteered, and I went with them. So, but if you want to go, lots of great opportunities. CBs, MAs. So there's been like some AMs and AEs, ATs. What was the other big one? LSs all the time. YN all the time. Lots of great opportunities to make some real good money and retirement points. Cassie's in Texas. Another one. You got a lot of people from Texas here tonight. Awesome. Patrick, also, how often do civilian jobs compensate for your, depends on the job. I know some police departments here in the area where they don't compensate at all. Other ones, they would actually pay for like 3 months. You could double dip, get 3 months of your pay. Depends on if you're working for a federal job, state job. It all depends. I've seen it go both ways, which is one reason a lot of them were actually volunteering, because when you volunteer for a mobilization, it does not state you volunteered. It basically says that you were voluntold to cover you with your employer for that reason. I'm a 13-year middle school teacher, and while I don't mind deploying, I don't want my family to suffer economically due to possible deployment. Hey, please stop. I gave you your snack. Now, Patrick, I don't know like what kind of money you're talking about as far as you make, but baby, please. Yes, mommy loves you, but please. You're going to get BAH. So depending on like where, like for instance, down here in Miami, my BAH I know it can be a lot. Of course, California, New York, stuff like that, you're going to make a heck of a lot more. So there's a whole thing here on DFAS where you can just look it up per zip code under the calendar. So like for instance, here in 2020, my zip code, it's the same for all of South Florida. It doesn't matter if it's Fort Lauderdale, Miami, they go to West Palm, it's a lot cheaper. But for instance, me, if I was to deploy today, since I have no dependents, I'd be making $2,436. So, that you get your base pay, you have dependents, you're going to get your family separation pay. It's another $200. Depending on where you go, you can get hazardous duty pay or imminent, danger pay. There's different types of pay. Here we go again. TM is basically underwater. AO changed my mind. I don't know. Do you build ASROCs? Did you build 45s? Mark 45s, Mark 46s, 50s, 48s, things of that nature. And it is different on a sub. And when I was a TM, it was a TMT, a TMO. Two different things. I actually built them. I did not work on the torpedo tubes or anything. Sasha says, Chief, any advice on making LDO as an MA in the reserves? I know quite a few that actually went that route, doing quite well right now. I mean, if that's something you want to do, study for your test. You're going to take the LDO, even if you think you're not really sure on that route, because LDO test is offered the same time for Chief's tests, the whole February timeframe. Do it. And I mean, why? Is there a reason you want to be LDO, an officer? Just curious. I'm getting a little sidetracked. I'm sorry. It's the music again. Yeah, I'll just put like my earplug in. Man, I should put my headphones on. Aaron, what's up? Kay White said, sub to you, Aaron. Our recruiter stories makes me grateful for my recruiter. She's super patient. Yeah, there's a lot that are amazing. It just, like anything, you hear the one or two that, kind of like ruin it. My recruiter, he honestly, I mean, he told me he didn't want to be stationed where he was stationed. It was up, up northern Michigan, really cold weather. He doesn't like cold. He didn't like the winters. He didn't want to be there, and it felt like he was being punished. So yeah, he was miserable. And any question I asked, it was like, go ask somebody else, because we didn't have the internet, like I said back then. But I'm glad she's patient and working with you. That's great, because we're one big family. Jeanette, glad you can make it, girl. How long do you have been in the Navy to retire? At least 20 years. Active or reserve, it's got to be at least 20, unless they offer an early retirement. Like tongue-tied tonight. An early retirement, which I've seen twice throughout my career, where they actually at 15-year mark, they gave you an early retirement, but it depends on, once again, needs of the Navy and what's going on in the world. Make it work. Communication with your recruiter is vital. Yes, it is. Communication with your recruiter is vital. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Percy says, hitting the rack, shipmates. All right, Percy, get some sleep. Congrats on all your guys. Your children, they're graduating from high school. It's awesome. Drew says, waiver for missing finger. How? What? Waiver for missing finger? Ouch. Just sounds painful. How's the riots where you live? The protests? I haven't really heard. I know there have been some down in Miami. I've heard through a friend, but like I said, I stay off the news just because to me it's too depressing and makes me angry. And I stay home for the most part. And listen to awesome rave music. So for deployments, how does that work? Can you have a say in where you go on the reserve side? You have more of a say. Active side, no. How can I transfer from active duty to the Space Force? Yeah, to be a shuttle door gunner. That's not really a thing, is it? You haven't even gotten to your ship yet. Sorry, your neighbor's so incredibly rude. Yeah. I wish you guys could like hear that. I'm sure you can hear it. Actually sounds like he's got a couple of people over there with him tonight, which I've never seen anybody ever over there, but I don't know. Maybe he's got TV on or something. Wish we could thumbs up comments on this live. That would be something good to propose to YouTube. Matt says, have you watched the Space Force series on Netflix? There's a series? Did not know that. I'll have to check that out. He's a Blue Falcon. I don't know. It's like part of me is just like sad to say it. I had to sleep on my patio a couple nights because I had to switch the master bedroom. I had to switch over. It's a split condo. I had to sleep over into the small bedroom because there's 2 doors to shut. I can still hear it because it gets louder. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe because it's just more quiet at night, but he intentionally gradually increases the volume. So yeah, there was a couple nights I had to sleep on the patio, and it's a bad situation all around. I just, like I said, I don't get people and how inconsiderate they are. Patrick, thanks for answering my previous question about being mobilized as a CB. So it seems like it's unlikely to get mobilized involuntary because there are usually no, like I say, especially CB, because they do have where the battalion will every so many years go. So like I said, in the battalion, they don't always take everybody, but they'll be like, we need this many, BU2s, SW3s, whatever, depending on what's on the paper that they need, the requirements, depending on where they're going. And yeah, sometimes there's just certain people, if they don't have their quals, if you don't have your SKUs pin, things of that nature, depending on the situation, but I do know, like I said, twice down in Miami throughout like a 12-year period, twice the whole battalion went. Other than that, they're asking for volunteers, just like all the other ratings, looking for volunteers. Now, like if you're on part of Coastal Riverine on the reserve side, some of the individuals I know, they are constantly going with their unit because you have a rotation. You do have a rotation, even on the reserve side, you have a rotation. And then in between, for whatever reason, get that hookup. Like I was asked to go back a few different times, and just because of other things going on in my life, I did not. But yeah, you can make the reserves really work for you. I didn't realize it was out already. You're talking about on Netflix? I'll have to definitely check that out because I don't know what you're referring to. The main character is kind of funny, but corny too. Yeah, we'll check it out. I'm up almost every night, all night. One of the most productive, informative live for Navy. Nikki is cool too, but yeah, great live stream. Definitely will be here more often. Thank you. Yeah, how often do you guys want me to do these? Certain days you want me to do these, certain times? Because try to, figure out, like, I know Matt's out in Hawaii. We got Mark and other ones that are out in California. We've got quite a few of you in Texas. So like I said, I'm up anyways. This is the first time I actually advertised the live stream because I had individuals contact me, ask me, when are you going to do a live stream? Because the last 2 or 3 times, forget, it's my 3rd or 4th time doing this on my channel. I just said, you know what? I'm awake. Let me jump on here. But I would like to do these more often. Usually stream together. Yeah, we were doing it, like I said, every night. We were going to do the plan originally on Aaron's channel was like, oh, let's check this out, try it for a couple hours. And before we knew it, it was like 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. And we were doing it day after day to where between that and then not getting any sleep, or when I say not any sleep, when I get a few hours sleep, it's not quality sleep. My body's not rested. I get foggy. So like I said, if I start to like not make sense at times, I'm sorry. How hard is it to enlist with a prior service into the Navy? There are recruiters that just deal with prior service, just like a lot of people don't understand. There's recruiters who, somebody comes in, no prior service. Someone who comes in, prior service, doesn't matter if it's from Navy or any of the other branches, along with there's reserve recruiters. It's everything is needs of the Navy at that time. So right now, like I said, on the reserve side, all the contracts have been, from what I've been told from people I talked to today, they've all been cut. They're not going. They're waiting to reassess everything. And even some of the other stuff that I know a little bit, I'm not going to talk about because I don't have permission to talk about. And I also want to follow up with some individuals to get you guys all that information. If you've got any further questions, I'm sure Chief or anyone on the chat will be able to help. Yeah, we're all here to help each other out. And I appreciate everybody, tuning in and asking the questions and providing information. I got Matt and Mark and Danielle, and I mean, Aaron and anyone else who I'm sorry if I didn't, say, but they tune in on a regular basis, whether it be here or on Aaron's channel. So you start to already build that family, that camaraderie, which I really think is nice. We're all here to help each other. I'm going in as an OS. How long will I have to live on a ship? Your sea shore rotation, once again, Navy cool. It's got everything. So if you go on there, look under the rating, look under for OS, and it'll bring up what your sea and shore rotation is, the length, amount of time, all that. And that'll give you a real good idea. OS, GM, there's quite a few of the ratings. They're like, if you were to spend 20 years in the Navy, approximately 60% of your time will be at sea. So, do Navy reserves have higher tenure? Yes, they do. The big difference is it changed 10 plus years ago. It was a while back. It changed to where now E5s can retire on the reserve side, not on active duty side, but for instance, a real good one is ABH. So many individuals, it's impossible to come in as ABH 3, occasionally ABH 2, come into the reserves because they got higher tenured out from active duty. And, the Navy wanted to, I guess, kind of like, figure certain ratings like that, the whole choose your rate, choose your fate. Want to make sure you get some type of retirement. So they changed it. I forget how many, it was 10 plus years ago. They changed it to where, even though there's a higher tenure, yes, you can retire as an E5. And we got a retired Master Chief in here, Charles Robertson. How you doing, Master Chief? I was hoping you would be up and join me. Yeah, I'm actually, I had a couple other people ask me about the higher tenure difference between active and reserve. And that was another one of the videos that, for those that missed it, my hard drive crashed. But tomorrow, hopefully it's not going to rain so I can go outside, do some footage. I found my Osmo Pocket that I bought like a year ago and I forgot where I had put it, found it. So I got some stuff from Amazon to hook it all up with my, what did I do with it? Oh, it's over there, with my microphone and things. So hopefully I can go out and get some good video there for you guys. Because like I said, I shoot everything on my phone. Dan says, I have a nail appointment tomorrow. Are you serious? And just thinking about the drive. I was joking around that like I have to drive up to Orlando area to get a haircut, and then now things finally started opening up down here. But I didn't put stuff all in my hair, but I've been cutting my hair since it started. My question about OS living on a ship is, do you want to live on a ship? I love living on a ship. I thought that was like the best part of my Navy career. 125 miles an hour on the highway. Master Chief says he's doing great. Awesome. Master Chief, I remember when I got selected for Chief, he was part of my whole transition, my initiation process, and he always referred to me as, would you say a BT or a BM with a gun? Yes, everyone seems to know each other on here. Thanks for all responding. Yeah, I really like the idea of that. Like I said, you guys connecting, especially for those of you that are going through the process. I think it'd be amazing if you had like a brother, like Danielle would be there, like, oh, so and so's in my brother company. I remember you from YouTube or whatever. Or you go to a school and you end up meeting someone that you met on my channel or somebody else's channel. I just think that's the whole thing is, I think, amazing. Yes, Daniel, definitely be safe on the roads. Especially, like I said, I don't know if it's raining up in West Palm, but it's been raining crazy here. Aaron welcomes Master Chief. Does that mean OS and some other rates don't get to live in the barracks or off ship until we get BAH? Well, you're going to have shore duty. So, for instance, Aaron, like myself, first command, you're on a ship. And then after that, if you re-enlist, you can go to shore duty. Depending on where you are, shore duty, then you would get BAH, depending on, like I said, the command, the city, the state, the location. There's a lot of different factors. Or like, for instance, like on my ship, if you were an E5, you didn't have to have any dependents. You had BAH, things of that nature. Did I answer that question? Daniel says she has to go through the airport. David, hey Chief, how you doing, David? Would you recommend taking the IT ATF 6-year contract over IT 4-year 26 to have enough college credits to ship off as an E2? Does it matter to you if you do the ATF? For those that aren't familiar, that's the advanced training. Actually, she probably won't be on here because she's stationed. Her husband right now is over in Bahrain. She's with him. Her son is an IT, and I believe he went to ATF. I think he went ATF. I know he has a 6-year contract, but then again, I'm thinking too, he also went subs. So much of it, depends on what are your ultimate goals. You see yourself doing a 6-year contract, 4-year contract, the difference between the two, what is more appealing to you by going the ATF route. Yeah, make a list, pros and cons, all that. You plan on definitely getting out after one contract because you want to go to school or whatever, or if you like it, you're going to stay in. IT is that's another one that I wish I would have considered. Then again, IT did not exist back then. It was DP and a few other things that they merged together. RM merged with it. Aaron says, Chief, I need to buy that drone from you, but I don't think I can bring it on deployment. People would be sketched out. I wouldn't say you can't bring it. You're not going to be flying it over the ship. I'll tell you that much. But kind of like what we were talking about earlier today, though, definitely talk to those individuals I told you about. So can I get a 3-point waiver to cross rates? I'd have to look up the instruction. I have not heard of that kind of waiver. Once again, though, too, needs of the Navy, depending on what you're trying to go in, what rating you're trying to go in at. Patrick, what would be your opinion and advice about joining the reserves at 36? I know my question seems very vague. I promise I'm very motivated. Just want to think everything through. I think it's great. We had this conversation. Oh wow, it's been over 3 hours. We had this conversation when I first started out the stream. I think it's great. Doesn't matter active or reserve, because to me, you've already experienced the civilian life. So you have a different perspective, a different outlook when you go to join active or reserves. Reserve side, a lot are younger, yes, but overall, I would say, from my experience, a lot are more like late 20s into their 30s, currently serving or when they join. So actually, I want to make a video on that because I've had a lot of people this past week alone ask me that question. And I think I did make a video, something about, joining later in life or something like that. I think it's a great idea, though, personally. Getting a tattoo on your right forearm. Okay. Are you asking something specifically, Drew? Have you gone to a recruiter yet? That's another thing. Recruiter MEPS yet? Because if that's the case, if you've already gone, you don't want to get it yet. No. He says, everyone have a good night. Good night. Sweet dreams. Going to Orlando after I leave. I see how she wants those references there, young man. Yep, Master Chief. I'll never forget that. It was like, I think, the first thing you said to me. I made Chief after BB-64. What do you mean after? BB-64 has been around forever. I told you I did a re-enlistment on there. How do you get BAH? Are you talking about on the active side? Number one, BAH, active or reserve, is dependents. Otherwise, depending on your command, different rules, but generally it's like E5 if you don't have dependents. Like when I was an E4, I had to pay to live out in town. So like my entire paycheck went for my car payment and my rent, my living expenses. I mean, I had a roommate and stuff, but yeah. I met a senior chief today. He made it in the mess in 14 years. He's a BM. It happens. I said I want to say 6.5 years. It was a 6.5 year IS. Pretty sure it was 6.5 years. Some of them, they make it really quick, choose your rate, choose your fate. Kind of want to get my nails done one last time. Okay. Throwing a away party for the nails. You can still have nails. Now, I don't know if you're talking about like really long nails, then no, there is a regulation on that. That's something I keep telling Aaron he should make a video on, about Navy regs, because that is on your advancement test, those kind of questions. Drew says, I want 20 years, but I do 4 and C. I was like so many individuals myself. I was like, I'm going to do 40. I'm going to do 20 years, but then things happen. It's like even Aaron's talked about doing an entire career. You have to wait until your first enlistment starts to unfold and you start experiencing, I'll just leave it at that. You start experiencing life. So it's good to have a plan, but just be flexible. When do you think drill will resume? Jacob says, originally I had heard July. Last email I saw came out by making some different changes in June, but I heard July. So yeah, I've had, like I said, I've had quite a few reservists tell me why I haven't made reserve videos on that whole process, and never, I mean, other than them asking me, I never really thought about it, but I may do something on, you know, we'll see. Especially if I get some new updated information for you guys, I'll definitely then put it out. David says, thanks for answering my question, Chief. I'll consider the pros and cons of it and look into what I want to do long term. Yeah, that's all you can do, you know, pros and cons. And then, like I said, have a goal, you know, with any of you guys talking about like doing 20 years or whatever, have a goal, but just understand you got to be flexible. So you just make adjustments as time goes on. But yeah, definitely pros and cons. I have seen a recruiter, but have not been to MEPS yet. Okay. Yeah, especially, you know, any new, because a recruiter, they're going to have to take a photo of any tattoos because they send that off. Make sure it's not like any type of gang affiliation and anything to do with any type of hate crime, any of that kind of stuff. So, I mean, if it's really important to you, get it now. Otherwise, I would say just wait. Then again, even talk to your recruiter about it. Because size, just there's a lot. I mean, and the tattoo policies, they have changed. They were one way, and they've gone back and forth like 4 or 5 times over the years. I know recently they just changed again, because before that it couldn't be longer than the distance of your hand on your forearm. So if I have a dependent and I go in as an E3 and I have a SURE initiative job, I could possibly, if you have a dependent, you're going to get BAH regardless. You'll get BAH when you're in boot camp. In A school, if you have a dependent, because they will be on your paperwork. Yeah, because you got to take care of your family. Now, you say you have a dependent, if you're talking like a child and you're a single parent, that's another whole story. And I was talking to somebody today about that, how it's different between active and reserve, the process of getting in, because if it's active duty, I mean, signing your parental rights away, but then if you sign them away, then you don't have a dependent, so you don't get the BAH. I mean, so there's a lot of different factors in there. Danielle says, aware of the regulations. Good. And you definitely need, Danielle, to be aware of regulations, because being a YN, you're going to be like the regulation queen. Definitely, definitely. Master Chief, you still with us? Got quiet all of a sudden. I don't want to jinx it. Master Chief's still here. Awesome. Anyone got any questions for a retired Master Chief? Yeah, Master Chief, I saw all of the Chiefs mess meetings have been canceled / postponed. It's going to be interesting this year for to see how the season goes. I think my kids all went to sleep too. I got like my little sleep wave going on here. I can think of more pertaining to my situation. You're talking about the situation we were talking about today? What other questions do you guys have? Master Chief says it will be later than normal. Yeah. Keep thinking about, Master Chief, we need to go out to when things allow it. We should go to Culver's together. We should actually make a whole Chiefs mess run up there and go to Culver's. That would be awesome. I thought that was pretty neat when you said, oh, that you had been there before. They're supposed to be building one here in Margate. It was supposed to be open in July, but I know that they postponed everything as far as the construction, so I'm hoping that gets up and running soon. Patrick says, what kind of allowance do reservists with dependents receive while in boot camp and A school? Also, do you receive allowances while AT? Since you are gone, you will receive full BH. If you have dependents, doesn't matter, active or reserve. And it's even changed since. If you had no dependents, before there was like little loopholes, there's a new instruction that came out in 2018 to where even if you're a reservist with no dependents, and for instance, like, you have an apartment, before you would just have, legally you could break the lease because you're going to military duty. Now you can keep it and receive BAH, and that's a video I considered making. But no, you have dependents, you're going to get full BAH. Go on your AT. Anybody that goes on, even if you don't have dependents, you go on AT, you get BAH. It's BAH type 2. If you go more than 30 days, it's full BAH. There has been one little stipulation now because of COVID, some things that changed for orders under 30 days, but that's like another whole story. But yes, you'll get full BAH. So yeah, that won't be an issue. Daniel says, my body's incredibly sore from PT with the recruiter. It'll be worth it. I'm just glad that they actually are having you guys meet and do the PT and stuff. I drive by the recruiting station all the time down here in Sunrise, and I haven't seen anyone yet. Usually today was Wednesday night. They probably didn't go out. If they did meet today, they probably didn't go out because of the rain. Ashley says he's in. Yes. Yeah, I drive up to West Palm Beach area at least once a month for the last few months. Really? To get a burger. Aaron says, can you go? Hey, you can come down here. Drew says, Culver's just came to my town. Yes, I love Culver's. I'm originally from Michigan, and Culver's is Wisconsin-based, so I was quite happy to find out they had one. It's like a 45-minute drive north of me, but I drive it, like I said, at least once a month. I go up there and get it. Ashley says, we can go to Panera now. I have not been to Panera since this whole COVID thing happened, and I actually have a $20 gift card because my complex, if you pay your rent on time, they actually give you $50 per month, and you get to pick. And I actually picked Panera. My recruiter said I get $2,000 for passing the fitness test and boot camp. Do I have to pass or just a certain score? You have to pass. I know Aaron's talked about this on his channel. You also have to pass your written test, that depth test. Yeah, but even if it's a minimal score, easy $2,000 until, like anything, I don't know when. It's been going on for quite a while, but until the Navy decides that they're not going to do it anymore. But like I said, I check almost daily, at least every other day, to see when they're going to update certain bonuses and things of that nature. Easy 2,000 though. Patrick says, I live in Orange County and would get BH for Los Angeles. Woo, it's some good money. It's expensive out there, which seems pretty good. Do you get BAS and boot camp and A school as well? That's a good question. I would have to ask, because even if you did, technically you yourself, you're getting paid. I'll check back with me. Contact me, because I may forget that question. Email me, and I'll get you an answer for that, okay? And Master Chief, when you're talking about Panera Bread, I know you weren't talking like right now at almost midnight. They are not open. But I was thinking about you actually yesterday, Master Chief, about getting together at some point to eat. I don't know how you've been dealing with the quarantine as far as going out and things, but Daniel says, yeah, it's usually once a month, but only like 3 of us go extra days for more PT since we really need the help. Well, you ran 2.5 miles. Even if that's a slow run time, you're doing great. Our recruiter office is an hour away from where I live. Oh. How's the traffic been out there, Drew, with the whole COVID thing? I don't think I would be welcome. That's a chief thing, and I haven't earned my place in the mesh yet. I would say not your little E1. You haven't even been in since breakfast. Master Chief, if you haven't, I don't know if you've noticed or that, but USN Aaron Pereira, he's an AOAR. Would you say a week? You're going to be an E2. I've been mentoring him. He's actually up there in Norfolk on active duty. Drew says, how much is the monthly retirement check? Talking about reserve or active? Either or. I mean, you would have to, there's a whole calculation. Like active duty right now is no longer 50%, it's 40%. But then you have your TSP, to invest money in. Like I said, reserves. I actually have a video on that, the whole calculation. But you're definitely going to want to invest in TSP, either active or reserves, along with, chances are you're going to have to get another job. Unless you do play your cards right and really invest and set yourself up for success. Patrick, on a side note, where are you from? In Michigan. My mom's family is from Flint. I am from Upper Michigan. I'm a Yooper, eh? I'm from the UP. I'll leave it at that. And I only say that, if you want to ask me offline, that's fine. I only say that right now because of a conversation I had with somebody recently, and I'll just leave it there. My brother, though, lives down in Battle Creek area. You're cool, Laura. Thank you for your hard work. Good material, and it's appreciated and helpful. Thank you very much. Yeah, whatever you guys want video-wise, let me know. I know I've had a lot of individuals ask me. Carrie says, hi, Laura, we're back. Hi, Carrie. I've had a lot of people ask me about like being dual military spouses. Once again, those that crashed, all my videos, footage I had, everything crashed. So I thought about like maybe even doing like some live streams and putting some of that stuff out. But there was that question. A lot of questions about like Navy reserves. Do you go to boot camp at A school? But whatever questions you guys have, you can definitely send me an email. I check that every day. I normally would like check it right away. But once again, because of my current situation with not getting any sleep, quality sleep, it's been more of a challenge. But I appreciate the kind words. How do you rank up in the Navy? Any tips to rank up fast? Study. A lot of it depends, though, on whatever your rating is. Choose your rate, choose your fate. Good evaluations. There's a lot of factors that go into it. Awards, like I know Aaron's, wants to get his NAM. That's 2 points on his advancement exam. Same thing with like volunteering, active or reserve. You go out, you volunteer, you get your volunteer service medal, all that kind of stuff. And study. Keep telling Aaron you need to be studying now. I sent him some study material from his bibs. Study, study, study. Even though you might be a year or more away from studying, as soon as I've always been a big studier, as soon as I put on, second class, 3 years, depending on your evaluation, you can take it early, same thing, first class, going up for chief, 3 years, 2 years if you get good, your EP evaluations. Start studying the day after you put it on. Start studying right away. At least this one's got a little bit more of a beat. Yeah, a lot of that it also depends on your, whatever your rate is, your rating. This upcoming Wednesday, I hit AA, one step closer. Wednesday as in next Wednesday, because you're talking about the 10th. I'll have to put that on my calendar and keep track. It was nice and quiet until last month. Yeah, is that because things are starting to open up? I remember driving out there on the interstate. It was just like crazy. That music is so loud. You don't even hear the music. I wish this microphone, I actually have a buddy that's an electronic guru, and I asked him, with this microphone, can I pick that up? And he said, yes. And I still haven't figured out how, because trust me, I'm trying. Do reservists get any type of help with housing if married with dependents? If you're on orders, they do. Otherwise, no. And Aaron, what is that? I see the anchor. What's the other little thing? Is that supposed to be like a cat in a box? Does having a college degree automatically make you eligible enlist as an E3? Also, how does ranking up? Apologize if that's not the correct terminology. I really got to figure out this whole OBS Streamlab thing so I can pull up stuff on the site to show you guys. But when you say automatically, I mean, you have to present your transcripts and stuff to the recruiter. Make sure you get that stuff in the paperwork, because if you don't, it's not going to happen necessarily. But yeah, the E3 plus you get that bonus. It's like, actually, let me look it up. It's the 4,000 or 5,000. I swear he's got TV and music going on. Maybe bonus. Because I noticed they had for the bonuses, and I'm waiting for the Navy website to update, because it said if certain bonuses were if you ship by May 31st, which I'm thinking that maybe they're going to update this soon. So if you have an associate's degree, it's $5,000, a bachelor's degree or higher, $8,000, plus then you'll get the E3. So, I mean, I wish they would have had that kind of stuff back in the day. If you're going active duty, you have that, and then you get another $2,000 as long as you pass your written tests and your your PFA for your PRT. Easy money. Is there work compared to active side? It's totally different beast, especially because of the drill weekend. But then again, if you're like a reservist and you live, for instance, my first reserve unit, I was still living in Norfolk. So I was working side by side doing with active duty members. But then like here, if you're in the Miami area, it's a lot of classroom time, and it's not the same. But you know, that's where you pick orders and you go for like AT, ADT, IDTT, mobilizations, things of that nature. The 10th, you become an AOAA. And you got your little patches. I remember that. Yes, everything is pretty much open right now. Just one county is pretty much closed. I was stationed out in LA at Point Magoo for a period of time. I actually enjoyed it. Like I said, I didn't like the traffic. Aaron's going to teach me OBS tomorrow. Really? Did you learn something new? There was actually, I took a screenshot of it. Can't remember whose channel it was. They actually had some great tutorials for OBS, but I was too tired to watch it, to actually implement it. Because what I want to do, the plan is here, Master Chief and other chiefs, senior chiefs, master chiefs, officers that, you know, want to come on the channel. I want to be able to do that with OBS and have you guys ask them questions directly. Have you seen Bomb Patrol Afghanistan, the TV show? Nope, never heard of it. I'll screenshot that one too, because never heard of that one. Is that something fairly new? How was life living on a ship for months? That's what I'm most concerned with, the living quarters. I loved it. And a lot of people told me I was crazy, but I loved it. I was one of the individuals that I was more, use the word, they told me I was more bitchy when we pulled like into port, like even overseas. When I was out at sea or, you know, just living on the ship in general, I loved it myself. I loved everything about being on a ship. Here at Great Lakes Base let's say, stop moving. A school, everything's still closed. It sucks. Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of individuals that are held up at different schools. But You guys are getting paid. That's a good thing. Will stop moving. Will every sailor eventually be on a ship depending on your job? No. CBs won't be on a ship. So, like I said, it depends, but CBs won't be on a ship. If you do one enlistment, go on. If you're NC, you won't be on a ship. So it depends. You chose ATC. Have you looked on Navy Cool on the to see what the ladder is, to see what the sea shore rotation and what type of duties? Why do you need to test to rank? Because that's what the Navy does. They go off evaluations. You get points for that. That's another whole video series that I would like to do one day. Get that. You get your awards. Have to verify because it was used to use your educational bet. If you had like an associate's degree, you got points, then they took it away, then they brought it back, took it away, and I think they brought it back. If you're, I'm pretty sure active duty also gets it because they don't do a lot of IAs individually to like Afghanistan. But like for reservists, if you go to certain locations, you also get 2 points for mobilizations on the test, things like that. All that stuff is compiled, and then you get a minimal score to advance. And yeah, it can be, depending on your rating, choose your rate, choose your fate. It can be difficult. Other ones, it's much easier. In the reserves, is it hard to move to a different state? No, it's very easy. That's a beautiful thing. You just tell your reserve center, your NOSC, I'm going to be moving for whatever reason. I mean, just you want to move. You're going to go through the whole process, let whoever you're assigned to there, so you get a detachment evaluation. You're going to have to do some paperwork there at the NOSC. They will eventually, what they call, lose you. Best thing to do is, like, say, for instance, Miami, and you're moving to, say, San Antonio, Texas, is to reach out ahead of time. And if you yourself, depending on your pay grade and all, don't know how to do that, that's when, like, I actually used to help my sailors do that. A couple moved to Colorado. I would reach out to the NOSC and work all that details out. They would move, they would report there. NOSC down here would lose them, new NOSC would gain them, and easy day. It's very easy, not like anything like active duty. Did you like living on a ship or being deployed to Afghanistan? I love living on a ship. Afghanistan was actually a very beautiful country when I was flying over it. I developed a lot of respiratory issues from that and other deployments, from things I was exposed to. And it wasn't so much, yes, it was the fine dust there, but it was like the daily explosions and things. So whatever was in the air, a lot of us, all the branches, many of us, we've developed respiratory issues, and I'm one of them. But I mean, Afghanistan, I enjoyed it. Same thing with Iraq. Does the Army have better food than the Navy? From the food I had that I ate, no. Air Force, though, has the best. They have the best. And then, actually, Coast Guard had really good food, too, at the Coast Guard base. And then I would say Navy, for my experience, then Army, and then the Marines. Did I enlist after high school? No, I waited 4.5 years. I didn't want anyone to tell me what to do. How often are there opportunities for reservists to do short duties, orders, couple of weeks to around 2 months? Again, I'm referring to CB. A lot of that's going to depend on what's going on. So, I mean, a lot of the orders that I have seen, I have a lot of friends that are still CBs, a lot of orders that I've been seeing there for 1 year. But you do have different ADT and things of that nature for the 2 months. At least we got a little bit of drum beat in this one. But for like your couple weeks, that's your regular AT. But I always told any of my sailors, no matter what your rating is, you go somewhere, you really kick butt, you do a great job, they're going to remember you. So for instance, like down in Key West, went down there, went to Jaya South, and we were doing some It's like they didn't care what your pay grade, what your rating was. We all went down there and we were just to do facility management. So doing things throughout the community, it was like a weird set of 2-week AT orders. And we were told, since we did a great job, anytime we wanted to come back, we could come back for a month, 2 months. So it's especially in the reserve side, it's about getting those connections, those hookups. Can a CB deploy on an aircraft carrier? I've never seen it. Master Chief, have you ever seen it? I've never seen it. Which foreign Navy have you worked with? So many, especially when I was stationed out at ABOT on the Iraqi waters. On the platform, we were actually had British, yeah, they were the main ones there, but throughout my career, different ones. What respiratory issue did you develop? Medically, specifically, I have to look at my record, but no, I have a hard time breathing. It just, so many of us have developed issues between that, like over in Kuwait too, breathing in all the chemicals, the burn pits, Afghanistan, Kuwait, the burn pits, things of that nature. There's actually a registry that we've all signed up for, because now the VA is starting to notice that, and I'm sure it's not going to be anytime soon, but at some point they're going to come up with another specific like category for the for all the respiratory stuff. But now I have, like, for instance, I went to the gym on, what is today, Wednesday? I went to the gym on Sunday, and even just doing 30 minutes cardio or doing the leg press, like really pushing it, it starts burning, and I start trying to catch my breath, almost like an asthma type of attack, but it's not asthma. Florida seems nice. I love Florida. I love the weather in Florida. So you worked before enlisting? Yes. I had a job. I worked retail, like many young individuals do. And yeah, and then I enlisted. I don't know, Navy do land-based deployments? Yes. Lots. Once again, depending on your rating, but yes. CBs, you're all going to be, it's going to be land-based. Master Chief says no. CB's aircraft carrier, no. Hello from the JP. What? We got somebody here that's on a ship. Welcome, Anthony. How are you doing tonight? Which foreign military did you work with in Afghanistan? Afghanistan? The thing I liked about Afghanistan is no matter what little camp you went to, and they were all over the country, because I traveled throughout the country a lot. You had Germans, you had, of course, the British, Polish. I mean, it was, but every camp you went to, depending on what country was there, the food, they had their country's food. It was amazing food. But yeah, all over, all the NATO countries. And I did not drink it because it's against, I don't drink alcohol, period, anyways, but against military Navy policy to drink. But the other foreign countries, a lot of them would have alcohol there in country in Iraq or Afghanistan. So yeah, a lot of times certain units, they would go to certain areas just to get, whatever, vodka or whatever. But the food was amazing. Burn pits, yeah, they F up a lot of people. Yes. And my last 3 times overseas, I worked right by the burn pits. A lot of that stuff doesn't develop until much later. What would be a brief pro-con for joining the reserves, unlisted side versus officer? big thing you're gonna, regardless of active or reserve, is always money. Always comes up about your base pay, which then equates to your retirement. But as far as types of duty, promotion, see reserve side. I mean, the big thing, regardless, active or reserve, or reserve, active, enlisted or officer, is your retirement. That's a big con compared to active duty side. Pros, doesn't matter, reserve, enlisted or officer, great opportunities for orders throughout the United States, along with mobilizing overseas. Lots of great opportunities. What do reserves do on drill weekends? I heard dirtbag a lot. Hope not true. A lot of them sit on their butt. They do, on watching YouTube. I used to catch them all the time. Or Percy, he left for the night because he could vouch for some of this. A lot of them, they sleep. I would catch them sleeping in their car. But it's like anything. It's the ones that, those are the people on active duty that would be normally skating off. But depending on your command, if you're at a NOSC, if you're like attached to a unit that's in Norfolk, Jacksonville, Dallas, Fort Worth, San Diego, any of those bases, you're going to have a better opportunity to do things. Now, you're also going to have, even in those areas, your NOSCs, but it depends so much on the unit that you're, where you're attached to. I had some great units, and I had some units, where you sat around a lot. But I had so many units where I was out doing things. And I actually, since I can say this, since I was active duty for quite a few years, good night, Master Chief. I can honestly say that I had more travel opportunities and some amazing opportunities on the reserve side that I did not have, or probably never would have had, on the active side. But it's all about making those connections, networking. And you have to be willing to, I had actually asked this question on my Facebook page, and I had a couple individuals reply, and it was some great feedback about, on the reserve side, of you might have to you're going to pay out of pocket. You might have to drive 100 miles, depending on where you're living, if you want to go do whatever, gun shoot or do certain things. But the experience you'll gain, and then the connections you'll make, and that I did that, the connections that you'll make that will get you that mobilization or whatever set of orders that's going to set you up for other future success, it goes a long way. Anthony says, I am good. I'm glad to hear that. Duty day, so just hanging out before bed. I hear you. I'm glad that you're doing well. It's with everything going on in this crazy times right now. The Master Chief, he went to bed. Does the Navy still wear the desert camos? No. It's funny because I actually just had somebody ask me about that the other day, Saturday. And I pulled one of my sets out because I still have all that stuff. No, when we were in Afghanistan, we actually wore the Type 2s. Type 1s were your blues, Type 3s, or what everyone wears now, the greens. We actually wore the Type 2s, which was the tan, which was normally just for CBs and spec war. But yeah, we wore those over in Afghanistan. Have you been to a USO center? If so, what do you do in a USO center at an airport? I've been to many. Airport, free food, watch TV, wait for your plane, free internet. Depending, I think it changed recently, and this was before COVID, but I know when it first opened up, went out in Las Vegas at the airport there, the USO, it's my flight got delayed to the next day when I was coming from orders from Washington State. And you sleep there. They have, some of them have bunk beds, other ones they just have recliners, but yeah. And then even when I was in Afghanistan, we all hung out at the USO because people that would send packages in, just in general for military members, that's, they would have that. They would have movies to watch. calling cards they would give out, which are some, not all, but some of the calling cards I've given to you guys if you need it for those like going to boot camp or that. But yeah, USO does a lot of great things for us. Why do reserves do nothing? Well, it depends on the person. It's just like anything. You're going to have ones that can do nothing but bitch and complain and not want to do anything. And a lot of it depends on leadership. What uniforms do you wear the most? I would wear the most? I would, if I was still wearing my uniform, I'd wear either my khakis or my my type 3s. Down here, though, in South Florida, I was almost every day wearing my dress whites because I was actually in charge of the Navy funerals. I did that for many, many years, like over 10 years I did that. And I participated in over 1,700 military funerals, so my whites were the big thing down here. Does SWO wear desert camo? You talking about surface warfare officer? What are you talking about? What's SWO? Cesar Flores, do you think being an HM reservist will improve the chances of getting hired as a civilian firefighter? Cesar, I remember your name. Did you email me recently? I know quite a few corpsmen that I served with. They all except for one's on the blue side. The rest all went to the green side because that's where they loved it. And they were all, especially like down here in Florida, firefighter, where you also have to be a paramedic. They were all corpsmen. And some of them had helped them get the job. Other ones, they were already, I think, in the position. But it can't hurt it. Anthony, yeah, we're duty section only right now on the ship, so it's kind of nice. Only really working 2 days out of the week. That's great. Makes for a nice, quiet, and easy duty section. As an NCO, was there ever a person just lost in the sauce? Oh, that's all the time, especially on the reserve side. That's what makes a good leader, is recognizing that individual and helping them out. As I mentioned before, I am a teacher, yes, and I feel like while officers are more administrative, I feel like the enlisted side would give me opportunities to get away from the managing things. Like, so much of it, though, depends on your rating. Yes, administrative, but once again, like as a chief, I did so much administrative work, it wasn't even funny. So a lot of it depends. And like so many of the questions that I get, like what's a normal day in the life of a gunner's mate or whatever rating, what's like such and such on active duty or reserves. So many of these questions, though, I can give you like a general idea. And I say that because it depends on the command. Every command is going to be different, along with the leadership that you have, what your pay grade is. So there's a lot of factors in there. Have I been to airborne school? I have not, but I know some corpsmen that have been. Actually, I know quite a few corpsmen, and I know 2 YNs off the top of my head. I actually inquired about it many, many years ago, but then I broke my ankle, so yeah, nothing was happening. Patrick, I do teaching, yes. Awesome. And I found, not always true, but I found that a lot of members that do teaching, especially in the reserves, they do really well at their advancement exams. Surface warfare, that's what I thought you meant, the SWO. The ones that work on the ship, they wear the type 3 desert camo. Well, type 3 is not a desert camo, though. Type 3 is the greens. Dress white versus dress blues. I couldn't tell you the last time I wore my dress blues. I honestly think the last time I wore my dress blues was like 99, 98. Because wherever I was, it was either warm weather or summertime, so I wore my dress whites. Actually, I think it might have been even before that. I like the way the dress blues look and actually feel better. I have the older dress whites for like the Chiefs. I don't have the chokers, which they changed recently. I have not purchased those. Haven't had a need to, but I may at some point. Is it true that reservists have to do 3 OJT training after A school? What are you referring to? What? 3 months of OJT training after A school. Are you referring to a particular rating? Because no. Have you ever been stationed in Djibouti? No, I have not. It was just starting to become a hot spot when I was in Afghanistan. They were just starting to pick up more and more. That is now the hot spot, Djibouti. I had a couple opportunities to go to Pakistan, Qatar, Bahrain, but I ended up just retiring. Had someone been overboard on aircraft carrier? Yeah, but they're not going to live. I mean, that's a 250-foot drop. If they live, it wouldn't be a pretty picture. Aaron, are you still here? Are you falling asleep or eating cereal? For me, the blues are terrible. Material feels like something your grandmother makes for you Christmas, like the sweater. Yeah, but you know what? They have changed a little bit. They have. Whites feel better to me. They were talking about getting with the blue pipe ribbing, the piping on the dress blues. They were talking about bringing that back for years. They just finally did. And I know like everyone now in boot camp, they're getting it. And I think it looks great. I haven't like asked anyone I know like material wise, because the different materials have changed throughout the years. They have. Have you ever met a Navy JAG? I served with quite a few Navy JAGs, especially my last deployment. Some really awesome individuals. I don't know. I think the Marine Corps has the best dress uniform. I agree. I do agree with that. I do. But would not be the pretty picture. What was the question there again? And what I answered about the pretty picture? Oh, you're talking about when they fall? You're going to break every bone in your body. I mean, imagine that, falling 250 feet from the top of an aircraft carrier. You're going to hit the water, which is going to be like cement from that distance. Yeah. What happens when you do poorly on advancement exam? You're going to get a crew development board. What other questions you got for me? Come on, Adrian. I know you probably got a whole list of them there. I can't believe like my kids went to sleep. It's like unusual. Wow, a lot of reserve questions tonight. That's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so the reserves, the mobilizations, they're still going on. But like drill weekends and stuff right now, that's currently at a standstill. I actually had a bunch of questions that I wrote down from individuals. What usually happens? Will the Chiefs get upset? What if you fail the test? Depending on why you failed the test. Did you just like Charlie Brown it? Did you make a Christmas tree? Did you actually study? I mean, depends. I never got upset because, I mean, honestly, I would have a conversation with you. Like I said, did you Charlie Brown it? What did you do? And Chiefs are the ones that proctor the exam. So I would see if you Charlie Brown it and you were done in 5 minutes and you were gone. So you're only hurting yourself. If it's maybe you didn't get a good night's sleep, certain material you didn't understand, you need, regardless if it's active or reserved, you need more time working hands-on with certain material. So I don't know. I was never one to get upset and yell. It's more of, let's find out how we can correct the situation to get you guys, to advance. Drew says, leaving the chat. Have a good night. Good night, Drew. Hope to see you on the next one. Take care. Be safe out there. Patrick, as a potential reservist, is there any hurry in terms of enlisting, considering are they not being sent to boot camp? I mean, you can go down and start whatever process, but yeah, nothing until, as of right now, from what I'm hearing, nothing until the new fiscal year, which is October. But once again, things not like they can't change on a drop of a dime, it's just all because of the whole COVID situation. So just got to watch that, see what happens. But definitely, depending on if you guys don't know active or reserve, what you want to do, start looking at different ratings. Like I said, go to Navy Cool. Look on YouTube. You can ask me questions, ask other Navy YouTubers questions, get an idea of what you want to do. It's your career. Study for the ASVAB. If you guys need the ASVAB ASVAB book, you don't have that book, you can email me. I'll send you a book to study. I got some practice exams, especially math. Study that stuff. You want to prepare. So even if you're looking at, October, November, December, whenever, say you're going into your senior year of high school, start preparing now and make a list of pros and cons and things like that. Is there any anticipation there will be a huge backlog? There's already a backlog. That's one reason. Now, I didn't get this exactly from the horse's mouth, per se, but just looking at everything and the individuals I have talked to and just being around with the Navy and all knowing, I mean, like I said, it was what I talked about earlier in the live stream, which some of you guys may not have been here, with the whole pipeline. Things are already getting backed up with individuals with just the whole COVID and in certain divisions getting, re-quarantined again. It just happened to a friend of mine, granddaughter, was supposed to graduate literally tomorrow. Well, this was yesterday when I talked to him, and they got set back for 2 weeks. So things are getting backed up. So then what happens is everything with A school, it affects everything. It's a domino effect. So, the reserve side, they canceled the contracts. Have you been to India with the Navy? No, I have not. We've been to California. I have been all over California. Stationed in California, visited California on my own, all over California. Patrick, one thing you'll learn with the Navy is hurry up and wait, and that is true. What is the horse's mouth? Meaning from the individual. So from, Nikki had a good example. You heard it from the horse's mouth. You heard it from the CMC of RTC. So power that be, you heard it from the horse's mouth. So there's no question about, I talked to this person or that person. There are some individuals that I'm waiting to hear back on for certain things. Other individuals, because of certain things that I know are going on with the Navy, I'm not going to bother them at this point in time, but I will get in touch with them to put certain information out because I want to make sure the information is correct. I've heard that a lot. What about the horse's mouth? Carrie says, my son may not go till October now, something about when his job is ready. Yeah, like I said, I don't know, Carrie, if you were in here when I was talking about it, it's called the pipeline. So when you're, go to the recruiter, you go to MEPS, you're shipping out. So you enter the pipeline, you're going to go currently, everything's subject to change, but currently you're going to the hotel for 2 weeks. If all goes well, and for those of you that aren't familiar with, there's a Facebook page, and the young lady, her name is Natalie. She'll actually say okay, for the individuals that entered, quarantine at the hotel on this day, if all goes well, your projected PIR, pass and review, is on this day. So that's your pipeline. You're going to go from the hotel, you're going to go to RTC to do, hopefully, providing there's no setback because you can't pass the swim, you can't pass the run, you have some type of academic issue, health issue. For instance, I had a friend quite a few years ago, did great, went to take her final PRT to pass, and running on the track in Freedom Hall, she broke her foot. What happened? She didn't get kicked out. She got set back. So she got asthma back, but she was on a medical status. So for instance, like I said, if you're coming in as, say, a corpsman and everything's going great, and then for whatever reason, you or your division, you get injured, you get set back because you can't pass the run a couple weeks. That other individual that's waiting, that depper that's waiting to come in the pipeline, which is boot camp, A school before you go to the fleet, they're waiting to come in. They can't come in because you're still there. You're still holding that spot. So if you get set back, then that means that person at home is going to get set back. So say, for instance, you just got quarantined, your whole division, your company did for 2 weeks. Okay, well, that person that you were supposed to take their spot, now you're set back. So your recruiter might call you, hey, you know what? You just got pushed back another 2 weeks. So that kind of stuff is happening. So there's, like I said, this individual, her entire company, the division, was supposed to graduate, and now they're in 2-week quarantine. So that means all those individuals serving, all those other individuals waiting in the pipeline to start their journey as a recruit, they're now set back. So a big Navy decided to make some decisions and, like I said, cut some contracts with the reserves and all, certain jobs, because even then too, when you leave boot camp, now you got to go to A school. Well, if you have more individuals that are held up in quarantine there, it's backing up the system, so to speak. I hope that makes sense. Which Asian countries have I been to? None. I wanted to go, but never made it. Not yet. Got to go on my own. Speaking on your comment earlier about older enlistees, bring life experience to the table with their older bodies. Ha ha ha. What opportunities would you have in using this to your advantage? What's your old bodies? I mean, it's no different than, regardless if it was military or anything else. You're older. With being older, not always, but generally you're wiser. Like I said, you have the experience, you have the maturity level. Hopefully you made certain mistakes you won't be doing again, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, being older, it does have its advantages. I think a lot of different individuals I've talked to have said that. They would agree, referring to the reserve side. And then too, like I said, a lot of older individuals do come in because they already have that career established on the civilian side. So when they're coming in, they have a better understanding. You might not be never been a great test taker, but you have a better understanding of how the process works and grasping things. Curious makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I'm glad, because I've been trying. That's on the box here. I actually color coded, went and got all these little wood blocks and color coded them to try and videotape and make this whole presentation of trying to explain a pipeline. And it's no matter how I would do it on the table, I understood it. But when I was showing it to some other individuals, they were like, you lost me. So yeah, I'm trying to, I know a lot of individuals are very upset because they've been pushed back again and again and again. And like I said, today I had 4 different individuals contact me. They're upset because now their contract they basically tore it up and said, come back in October for the reserve side. And you're gonna have to go through the process again because we're just not taking anyone for the rest of the year. And I understand that's frustrating, but it's maybe it's a good thing. Maybe try and look on the bright side. But yeah, everything's a pipeline. And I mean, this was even before COVID. COVID has just made it more compounded, the issue. But, like I said, my friend, broke her foot. She was laid up for 6-7 weeks, something like that. I remember after the fact, she told me she actually ran. It still wasn't completely healed, but she just wanted out of there. But, she held up that spot for someone else. But because of that, then her spot at A school was basically given away to someone else. So now she had like another 2 month, she was an AE, another 2 month wait to form up. So she was just, kind of doing like Erin was doing, is standing watch, cleaning the barracks for 2 months, getting paid. But, it's a whole process, the pipeline. Have you heard of Oak Knoll Base in Alameda? That particular one, no, I have not. Oh, music's getting louder. Actually, I think we got some TV going on over here too. But Carrie, I'm glad to hear that your son's been really improving with his runtime. That's great. That really is. When reservists are involuntarily deployed, does it have anything to do with leadership at your NOSC, or is it usually a decision made higher up? Now, you're picked by Tennessee. Generally, where orders, Millington, Tennessee is where the orders are generated. Yeah, you're picked. You can be picked because of an NEC that you have, a specialty. There's different factors like that. It could just be, like, for instance, in 2007, it was, we need 45 bodies. We want them all from the same unit. We don't want to pick and choose. We want them all from the same unit. It was to do a customs mission in Iraq. So, and then how that process, as far as which unit, operational support unit, OSU unit was picked from the NOSC, I don't know, but my NOSC was picked. So it was like, hey, you're all going. Sometimes it's just like, hey, we need a GMC with these NECs, and it's either male or female, because that also plays a part. And it's like, okay, this person here has not gone, because I know, like I said, a lot of reservists that have never gone, and they've dodged the bullet and done everything to get out of it. It's like, this person's going. So good night, Carrie. Which Navy ship did you go to? Puerto Rico? I was stationed in Puerto Rico. I wasn't on a ship. I was stationed there. That's when I was stationed with the SEALs in Rosie Roads. What year did you go to Puerto Rico with the Navy? I was stationed there from 2000. When was it? We closed Panama in 99. So I was stationed there from May of 99, May or June of 99 until 2004. And then close. Actually I got the nickname the closer, because everywhere I went, it seemed they would close. What base? It was Rosie Roads, Roosevelt Roads. Yeah, like I said, I have other questions you guys have. So I actually was making like live stream topics, and I know I mentioned it quite a few times about like the whole Navy Cool website. You definitely want to check that out, especially if you're not sure about a particular rating, or you want to know what kind of shore duty to sea duty time. When you're on shore duty, what kind of shore duty options you have, things of that nature. Yes, Roosevelt Roads, Rosie Roads. Used to love. That's the only time I think I ever liked running, because I don't like to run, but I enjoyed running through Perka Point and some of the areas around there with the hills and just the scenery. So I guess Aaron left us. I guess he fell into a bowl of cereal. Thanks again for your help answering your questions, particularly since we all have different considerations, circumstances. Very much appreciated. Have a good night, Chief. All right. Have a good night, Patrick. Hope to see you again on another live stream. Like I said, I want to do more of these, and just write whatever questions down. I'm more than happy to answer everything. So give you guys a few more minutes, whatever other questions you may have, and then I can attempt to try and get some sleep, maybe. I don't know, I might have to go sit on the patio because it did stop raining. Man, my hair is just like all kinds of jacked up today. Got out of the shower and it's like. All right, final questions. Going once, going twice. Anything? Navy travel all over the world? Yes, it does. Great travel opportunities. How can I travel the world then in the Navy? Depends, active reserve, rating. Especially if you go on a ship, to see all kinds of places, depending on what type of ship also. Hey, that's pretty good. Boy, you're late in getting here. Where you been? I was thinking about you the other day. I saw you on comment on somebody else's channel, and I was like, oh, I wonder how they're doing. How good are the church services on ships? Hit or miss, like anything. It depends on, who your chaplain is. I've had some amazing chaplains. I had only one that I didn't really care for. It was actually, unfortunately, on my ship. But yeah. Which rating deploys often? Talking about active side or reserve side? Because if you get a seagoing rate, you're gonna with the ship, you're gonna be gone. Depending on once again the ship, depending on if it's active, depending on if it's training exercise, if it's a deployment. There's different types of underway time. What are some of my favorite hobbies? My hobbies? I do stained glass, fused glass. I do woodworking. Currently started sewing with this whole COVID thing going on. I've been making some masks, among other things. I draw. I do a lot of artistic stuff. How many sailors go fishing off the side of the boats, side of the ship? Somebody had told me recently that they changed the policy and you can't do that. Now, I think that'd probably be based on the command because I know we did it on my ship, on the bow or the stern of the ship. So we only had a few. We didn't have a lot. Are Marines primarily on aircraft carriers and amphibious when they're getting carried over, mainly amphibious ships? Why do they call it the poop deck? Are you going to get all technical on me now? I say any last minute questions, why do you call it the poop deck? Actually, I'm going to save that one there because I actually want to start doing some like Navy heritage and Navy history and things like that. Just like, why do they call it the head? Do you know that one, Tony? Why they call it the head? Man, you smell like ditzy ass. Ditzy June. What? All righty. So, all right. Been on almost 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. So, any last minute questions? Last minute questions. Going once, going twice. I appreciate everyone that tuned in tonight, and I'm going to be doing more of these. Got to get Aaron and some other individuals on here, like we were doing some collabs, helping you guys out, answering both active and reserve, along with all the other different ratings and good stuff. So hope you guys all stay safe. What happens if you don't pass the swim test in boot camp? Oh, you'll pass. They'll just send you to what do you call, like a remedial type class. You're going to learn to swim. You will definitely learn to swim. But if you have the opportunity, especially with things opening up now, with the whole, you can get to a YMCA or whatever, definitely highly recommend doing that. Biggest thing for swimming, if you don't know how to swim, is like just getting comfortable in the water. Because you can literally do a doggy paddle to get to the other side. Big thing is the prone float. That's what freaks a lot of people out, having to put their face in the water. Like a fish, you don't have to swim like a fish. Like I said, you just gotta, they don't want to know that you're not going to drown. All right, guys, I'm going to call it the night. It's 20 to 1 here. I've been on, like I said, almost 4.5 hours. I appreciate it. And going to be doing some more of these. So please, you guys, take care. Be safe, especially with everything that's going on right now. And Adrian says that people panicked in a boot camp during the swim. I haven't seen it. I'm sure it has happened. You know, people with water, they do freak out. Human nature. But yeah, so you guys take care, be safe, and I'll be seeing you guys real soon. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.